You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, 11 p.m. Friday, June 3rd, I believe, 2022. Let me know in the chat if the audio and video are okay. Today we're playing Case 2 of Mortum Medieval Detective. We played Case 1 last week, and we didn't love it. And there was some debate whether we really should continue to play the cases, but we felt like the first case was more of a tutorial introduction, shorter case. So we're going to play Case 2, which will give us a fuller picture of this game. And then we'll probably end up playing Case 3 on Sunday, whether we like this or not, just so we can finish out this box. One of the things we were thinking after the first case is there are 3 cases in this box. They're made up of cards. Here's Case 2, The Mysterious Place. And it felt pretty thin for a $40, $50 game that there are only 3 cases. That first case took us a couple hours. This case will be longer, though, we expect. Let's check in with the chat and see how everyone is doing. CH joins us and says, played through scenario 1. It was interesting, if not a little mundane. I think mundane is a good description of our experience. Let's see. Jonathan says, out of curiosity, did you have any expectations coming into this game? Is it what you expected? CH says, the cards seem good for hiding, accidentally seeing parts of the case, which book-based mysteries have. What do you think about the cards? That's interesting. It's great that we have CH here who's joining us, who's actually played Case 1 separate from us. Sounds like maybe CH liked it a little better than we did. Let's take a look where we left off. So the 3 cases continue part of a campaign. You don't just play them in any order. So we played Case 1. We tracked down an informant who was killed, but pointed us to our destination, which is Rotwood. The game instructs us to keep certain cards. They're the 3 people we took on our previous mission, the Raider, the Spy, the Thief. We did not take the Warrior or the Assassin. I don't know if the game is going to tell us that we must keep our previous set, or is going to let us choose. The game did tell us to take this one card that we discovered, Final Rest, which was the resting place of this dead informant we found that they had been robbing, and set it aside. So at some point, we don't need this card, but we may need this keyword, Final Rest. And here was the map we found at some point, I guess on the body of the informant. And this would be a good time to remind you, this will be full of spoilers. Normally we try to not do any spoilers until we get started. But if you're interested in this game and playing it, you should turn off the video once we start. You can play it yourself. You can come back and watch the video after you play it. And after we play it, at the end of this video, we will do our normal review and discussion of the game. We spent a bit of time last week talking about how we weren't enthralled by the game or how we didn't love most of the mechanics. Before we get started, well, okay, so here are we ended up the last game with 3 coins. The coins carry over, the other tokens don't. There's our time clock, which it'll tell us where to start. So we're starting with 3 coins, and there are our 3 characters. And that's what I've written down at the end of session 1. 3 coins, the raider, the spy, and the thief. And the score. I wonder how CH did at the end of the case 1. Anyone up to anything interesting this weekend? Since our last video, I posted, as promised, my video of my espresso scale that's taken me 6 weeks to build. 6 weeks, fairly consistently working weeks on the software and the hardware side of it. You can see that video on the Co-op for 2 channel. You could also, I should post with those videos. If you're a board game, if whatever your channel is, if you're a YouTube channel, anytime you post anything that's not on brand for your channel, if you're a board game channel, if you post a non-board game video, like here's what I did on my day out, here's some nice cookware I like, you can see the subscribers instantly drop off. Like, this is not what I signed up for. There's a hair trigger there. Anyway, but I'll be posting more of those espresso, custom espresso scale Arduino electronics videos in the future. I'll post a couple where I talk through everything, but I had a blast making it. It works more or less. It's certainly the most expensive self-indulgent. Like, you would never work on that for practical reasons. You could buy a good scale for practical reasons, but you wouldn't try to build your own if cost was any consideration, cost or sanity or time. Anyone else up to anything good? I went to the movies with my friends Rebecca and Chad. You know, we're on the AMC Premiere, A-list, whatever their highest thing is, where you see 3 movies a week for free. And we saw 2 movies. AMC A-list has this thing where if you're in a group, an entourage, they call it, you can sign each other up. You can schedule the movies. You basically reserve the tickets for each other. So I went into 2 movies blind today. I try not to normally go to the movies if we're going to have a 6-hour session on YouTube. I try to get some sleep beforehand. I sort of slept beforehand and a little bit, took a nap afterwards. Anyway, we saw 2 movies. We saw Crimes of the Future, Cronenberg directed movie. Cronenberg directs these sort of body horror, bio technology movies. I am not really a fan. They don't really do it for me, but I liked Existenz, which was Jennifer Jason Leigh, and a much older movie. And we were reminded today that Cronenberg directed The Fly, the Jeff Goldberg Fly movie, which was great. But the latest movies are too much for me, and this one I really did not like. I don't want to spoil it. I don't know are there any Cronenberg fans here in the channel. I did not like it. It was too much and too little for me. Like, it felt like someone who just wants to see people getting cut up on screen just made up some reason to have a movie. It was ugly, it was dirty. It didn't seem like they paid any attention to detail. That was the summing up of the whole all of our thoughts seemed to focus on the fact that the director did not care about details. CH reminds me what I was trying to remember. I knew Possessor was related to Cronenberg, but not directed by Cronenberg. And now CH reminds me it was Cronenberg's son who did Possessor. Possessor was definitely more interesting. It was a little bit over the top with the I like horror, but I don't like the gory stuff. But anyway, Possessor was at least interesting. This one felt very muddy and not didn't care. Like, the director didn't care if the details were making sense and the details of how things looked. Jonathan says, I like Videodrome Scanners the Brood. Well, Videodrome was a particularly creepy movie, I thought. I watched it when I was young and it freaked me out a bit. But I do respect Videodrome and, of course, The Fly. Now, the second movie we saw, after that movie, and no matter what movie we saw next, it was going to feel like a masterpiece to me. But the movie we saw after that was called Watcher, directed by Chloe Okinawa or something like that. And I thought it was really quite good. So I would absolutely recommend that movie, Watcher. Rebecca and Chad didn't care for it that much, but I thought it was very well done, very well directed, well acted, beautifully shot, a good thriller. So I would recommend that highly. And if you really want to enjoy it, see a terrible movie first. Anything else? Anyone up to any good plans this weekend before we get started here? Jonathan Warner says he saw Men. I think the trailer for that movie gives too much away. I have not seen Men yet. It looks very intriguing. Trailer looks good to me. But it sounds like maybe it's one of these things where the trailer is the movie. I keep meaning to discuss at some point on the channel the scientific research into spoilers. And I'll just briefly say it here. I'm sure I'll find some other place to say it. But there's some interesting research into spoilers. People hate spoilers. People are like, don't spoil it, don't say anything, don't say anything. And, you know, sometimes I get that way too. But the research seems to show, despite what you think, that spoilers don't ruin movies or books for you. Even like mysteries, knowing who the killer is. If people rate how much they enjoyed the movie or book afterwards, having spoilers does not make it less enjoyable. And you think it will, but it doesn't. And there's some interesting theories about why that is. I think the predominant one is that you appreciate different things, knowing what, like, who the killer is going to be, whatever. You watch it differently and you get different enjoyment out of it. Now, the only flaw that I see in this research theory is I completely buy it. And in general, so I try not to worry too much about spoilers. I completely buy the idea that if the ending is spoiled, you watch it, you experience it differently, and you enjoy it, maybe even more than you would if you didn't have if it wasn't spoiled for you. But the flaw, see if anyone can guess this before I say it. The flaw, as I see it in this theory, is that if the movie's not spoiled for you, you can experience the enjoyment twice. You watch it once, spoiler free, and get X enjoyment. Then you can watch it again, knowing what's going to happen, and get X a little more. Whereas if you're just rating them the first time, if you're just going in having it spoiled, maybe you'll have a great experience. You'll still love it even more than you would if you watched it without being spoiled. But you only got that one experience. You didn't get to have both of those experiences. So I think maybe the researchers fudged it a little bit, and really you should be adding up those two experiences. That the people who don't get it spoiled and then rewatch it, maybe that they get the best of all of the worlds. So I think that could be a flaw in my getting on the bandwagon that spoilers don't ruin the movie. They don't ruin the second viewing of the movie, but they steal the first viewing of the movie from you. So, all right, shall we get started here with Mortum Medieval Detective? Not while we're playing, but at some point give some consideration, Jonathan and Anna, when we should play case 3. If we play all 3 cases this weekend, either tomorrow, Saturday, or Sunday, we play case 3, then I'll be able to put up a review of it. Don't know why that's important, but it seems like it's something that should be done. And actually playing this gave me an idea that maybe it would be useful to do a video on resource use in detective games, because it's a subject we've talked about quite a bit. Detective Modern Crime board game tried it, and then the different iterations of that tried playing with the idea of using the tokens differently. The new Batman Everybody Lies apparently did some more tweaks to it. We saw it in Razorhurst, where it worked quite well, and then we've seen it here, and most of the time it's unpleasant and doesn't work well, but it might be an interesting subject for a video. Jonathan says, men reminded me of the film Images, 1972. You posted that. Jonathan posted, there's a section on Board Game Geek for this channel, the Co-op for Two Guild, where we talk about what games to play next, and there's a thread for movie and book recommendations, and Jonathan Warner posted this interesting movie called Images, a trailer. I've never heard of it. I am going to check it out. All right, here we go. Let's get started. If you haven't played this game yet and you plan to, you should probably turn off the channel now, or maybe even if you haven't watched the first game of the campaign, you might want to start there. I realized as we're getting ready to play here that another drawback, we were criticizing the idea of the lack of a rule book, but another drawback is now we're on case 2. The rules were all on the cards in case 1. Are we supposed to remember everything? What if we don't remember? Is it going to have to re-explain the rules every time on each set of cards? Because the case 1 cards they're gone. They're put away. All right, let's see what we got here. And we're going to see if we can't figure out again what the best way to organize our table space here. If a card has a arrow token, you can flip it and take a look at the artwork on its other side. Follow the instructions on this card to set up your second scenario. So maybe we're going to see... Oh, look at that. That's interesting. Maybe we're going to see some cards where the art's important, but I see we've got some different characters. That's interesting. Okay, lay out the cards and tokens you set aside after completing the first scenario. Okay, that's these 3. Were our players. These we didn't take. I'll put these aside. Our 3 coins. All right. Prepare the time meter, set the current time to 6 a.m. Okay, so there we go. I've got these cards sort of taped down so they won't move around as much. It's 6 a.m. now. Replenish all special action and combat tokens in your action pool. Okay, so we're keeping the same 3 people and we're refreshing our stuff now. So we have 1 raid token from this guy. 1... What am I confusing? Raid is the fist. Combat is the... Sorry, one raid, 1 combat. Combat help us fight and subdue hostiles. If something tells us to spend a combat, we don't have it, we get a wound. Okay. We didn't do any combat last time. All right, now. We ended up with 3 coins before. Replenish all special action and combat. Okay, so it hasn't got to coins yet. So we got a sneak around. We got a surveil from this person here. And another sneak. Okay, but I didn't give us coins. Reveal cards 1 to 2. Pick one of these characters to add to your group. Then return the other to the box. Okay, that's kind of fun. Take 1 matching token from the supply for each symbol on your new character's card. Separate the cards marked as Search, Surveillance, and Raid into 3 decks like before. Place all other cards in a 4th deck. If you have the keyword Final Rest, which we do, reveal card number 3 and remove it from play. If not, put this card. All right, so we're not going to put this card. But I'm a little... So... The coins, we have 3 from the first game. I guess those don't refresh. So we're not going to get new coins. All right. Let's lay out these 2 new characters, the Adept and the Mentalist. So let's do this where you can see it. Put this aside. So Adept and Mentalist are the 2 new characters we have to choose from. We get to pick one of these. Let's look at their tokens here. So the Adept has 3 hand with eye. These are symbols we haven't seen before. And 1 coin. The Mentalist has 2 hand with eye and 2 combat. So let's read what this new symbol is. Mental strength. Magic can show you the way or help you find knowledge you might have spent hours searching for. Certain card actions cost mental strength tokens to perform. You can only take these actions if you have enough to spend. And then coins are never replenished. Mental strength tokens are replenished at the start of each scenario. Okay. So, mental health is replenished, coins aren't, and combat is too. Okay, so we have a chance now. Last time we played, we could have taken the fighter. We didn't. We were a little scared about being low on fight, but turns out we didn't need it. And now we've got a similar choice here. We can either boost up our fighting and get 2 mentalists, mental health, mental strength, or we can double down on mental strength and get an extra coin. Now, we didn't need our extra coins last time. Any thoughts from the channel about which way to go here? It feels like the smart thing to do might be to take the Mentalist, but maybe if we go with our previous strategy of relying on our wits, not our fighting, we should take the Adept. CH says, I would say magic since it's a new ability. Well, last time we played, we didn't do any raiding, which was okay. I didn't feel like we missed too much, but it was sort of an interesting thing that we never saw any of the mechanic of fighting. I'm inclined to go with the Mentalist. If we were starting from scratch, I would take the Adept. The other thing I need to remind us is we did, after the first session, we agreed that we were going to play this a little more fast and loose this time because it didn't seem to reward all of our careful planning. So remind me, and I'll try to remind myself to not overthink our decisions. Okay, Jonathan's not chiming in. All right, I think we're going to pick the Mentalist, and I'll tell you why. The one that's got a little bit of fighting. I do like the idea of specializing, in staying away from combat, but we didn't do any combat last time, and I feel like we should try it out. And since we didn't take any fighting the first time, basically, I think we should try to balance it out with some fighting. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to take the Mentalist, and we're going to send the Adept aside. I think maybe we could use someone with some strength. All right, and that'll be a good reminder of because it's difficult to go back and forth with questions in the channel, I'm basically going to play on my own, but I'll try to get... CH says, Raids had a funny reaction from part 1. Well, we didn't experience that, so we're going to find out today. CH, you may decide if you feel like you, you know, that we're getting in your way, and you want to watch this, play it on your own, we won't take offense. All right, so we have Final Rest. Oh, we're supposed to split up. Okay, so let's split up the decks. So we've got the Search deck, Surveillance deck. CH, did you play the game completely by yourself, solo, or did you play it with a group? Here's the raid deck, which we're going to force ourselves to do some raiding today. Okay, and the rest of it goes in a separate deck. So let's just put these aside. Remember, we don't need to have these visible. We don't need this visible too, although we should take another look at it. There was the map. We met at the She-Wolf, and then our informant was giving us this map to Rotwood, which we're going to. Old Gate, I don't remember hearing about. It wouldn't be surprising if we aren't at Old Gate now on our way to Rotwood, though. All right, reveal card 3. So here's card 3, which we got because of Final Rest. So let's see what we've got here. Omega Group Journal. After a week of traveling the rocky trail, we reached the village Rotwood. We left the road the moment we saw the silhouettes of well-kept village houses and set up camp deeper in the woodlands. Along the way, a 4th agent joined our ranks, the Mentalist. Recognizing the importance of our mission, headquarters sent us a specialist with magical abilities. He brought with him scrolls with important information regarding our mission and the surrounding area. We approached the edge of the woods and took a look around. The village lay on the other side of a field, and the view from our position was poor. We could see some villagers toiling in the field, but all we could see of Rotwood were the first few houses and the inn by the main road. The windmill towered over the field some distance to the north. Reveal cards 25 and 28 and place them in the center of the play area to start your map. We sat down to discuss our next steps. First order of business was to re-examine the information that had been sent to us with the magician. Reveal cards 4 to 6 and read them in order. And then when we're ready, we can flip that to begin the investigation. Okay, cards 25 and 28 start our map out. Okay, there's 25 and 28. Well, another beautiful map here. Looks like with a different color palette. But it is quite stunning. So it said like the windmill was off to the north. Some distance to the north. All right, so we'll take a closer look at those before we start. I'll put this map out of the way. We don't need that. Final rest, it doesn't sound like we need that. So you wouldn't have normally gotten these cards if we hadn't... Remember, we found this map on the dead body of our informant. So maybe if we hadn't found the map, we wouldn't start out with both of these. I don't know. Reveal cards 4 through 6 and read them in order. Let's just take a look at this map together because it looks quite beautiful. These guys can just go off to the side. Okay, so here's our inn and our camp. We camped out next to the inn. Quite beautiful. And then here's the windmill off to the north. Some distance off to the north, although it does look like it connects here. All right, so there's our map, start of our map. And that's in our supply. All right, cards 4 through 6, and read them in order. Some time ago, a small village named Rotwood came to our attention. Travelers who happened to have visited the village claim that it is one of the most beautiful and wholesome places they've seen in their lives. This flourishing does not fit well with the post-war hardships the princedom is experiencing. There are reasons to believe something anomalous is taking place at Rotwood. Such an anomaly would be of great interest to us. On the 29th of March of the year 1403, scouting party Takran, consisting of 3 agents, was sent to the village to conduct an investigation. A week after the group's arrival, their reports stopped. A while later, a highly alarming message came through. Your instructions are: shed light on the fate of our missing agents and provide any assistance they may need. If there is an anomalous influence in the village, identify its nature and source. To avoid potential exposure, you must leave Rotwood after 3 full days, regardless of the state of your investigation. Attached you will find Takran's reports, as well as the agent's personal files and all historical information we were able to dig up regarding Rotwood. Okay, so 3 full days is our time, and I'm getting a distinct Apocalypse Now vibe here. The agents went in to Rotwood, the previous agents, and they never came back. They sent an alarming message. We're not told. Oh, we're going to see what it is. Our mission: go in, find the missing agents, provide assistance to them if they need it, figure out what the anomaly is, don't get exposed to the anomaly, come back in 3 days. 3 full days. So our previous mission was like a day. So this could be 3 times as long. All right, let's read about a brief history of Rotwood. Rotwood is mentioned in pre-war documents as a poor settlement of no importance. As soon as the war begun, most of the local population fled, leaving their homes behind. This is a known fact, since this area was later a place of an important battle against an elite unit of Bashtas Eastmen. The unit was considered to be among the best trained and best equipped enemy detachments, but was nevertheless defeated. The Chronicle specifically mentions that a forest ambush played a crucial role in the outcome of the battle. There are no other mentions of the village in any historical documents. Intriguing. Okay. So here's a report from the Takran group that never came back. Report, March 29th, 1403. Arrived at the village and found a place to stay. The situation here is puzzling and even alarming. 2 good rumors were true. 2 good, period. Rumors were true. It is clean. The locals look happy. All his spelling looks like a child's writing. Child's spelling for some reason, but maybe it's just this person doesn't know how to write. But something is wrong here. We will try to find out more tomorrow. Cresvical Megarian. Report, March 30th, 1403, next day. We examined the village and it surely looks completely thriving. Local people are very friendly. Weird that we have not met a single old man. The oldest we saw was maybe 35 or 40 years of old. You can see in their faces and their movements that something is not right. Cresvical Mogarian. Okay, report April 1st, completely different writing. And look, no more spelling errors. Report April 1st, 1403. It seems that our first impressions were way off. We haven't found a single shred of evidence pointing towards anomalies or magic influence. It seems this place is simply well off. We've been invited to join a celebration by the abandoned houses. Admittedly, the choice of location is a little strange. We're reluctant to take Mogarian with us, but locals insist all of us must come. Cresvical Mogarian. So, this is weird. It's signed by the same person, but obviously different handwriting, different thing. But then he says, we're reluctant to take Mogarian with us. That seems to be him. Or maybe that's a kind of person. I don't know. That's weird, though. Report April 3rd, 1403. Yet a third handwriting. We've come to the conclusion that the people living here have simply found their place in life and are happy with it. Doubtless, it is these people who make this place so alluring with no outside influence. There's no outside influence, don't worry. And then it's signed Cresvical. Didn't sign Mogarian anymore. Report April 5th, 1403. This place is magnificent. I'm considering staying here myself. I couldn't imagine such a blessed life in my wildest dreams. I spent the whole day today toiling in the fields with a family of villagers. These people are awe-inspiring, and their daughter is exceptionally charming. I am in love. The feeling seems to be mutual, and we're even planning to marry soon. Vikul thinks he'd do well to settle down in Rotwood as well. So, are these three things the three different names? It's not one person's name. It's signed by Cresvical and Mogarian. Cresvical and Mogarian. And then Cresvical and Mogarian. So a different person is actually doing the writing in different places, I think. Okay, here's our final report. Report April 18th. A fourth handwriting. Although this could return back to the first one, I guess. Report April 18th, 1403. Still not quite myself. Requesting help. I try. Cress is not himself. Mogarian, I don't know, but I will find out. He can't be dead. We were together. We could not. Help needed. Vikul. So yeah, I guess these are three different people. This handwriting is the same as this handwriting. So we've got 1, 2, 3 handwritings from the three different people, I guess. All right, well, let's take a look. Here, we're going to see them now. Here's Vikul, age 38, height 5'8", specialization water and astral mage. Equipment, he has a bandolier with a variety of amulets. Distinguishing features, a tattoo of a trichotera at the temple. Then here's Mogarian, age 35, height 5'7", specialization, he's a soldier. Equipment, a short gnome steel blade. Distinguishing features, 3 lower front teeth missing. Left eye lost to combat wound. And here is Cress, age 36, height 5'6", specialization scout. Combat proficiency, archer. Equipment, a lacquered yew bow with plain unengraved bone handle and throwing knife. So we got 3 people in this group that's gone missing. Cress, Vikul, and Mogarian, and we're told a little bit about them in their reports. One writes like a child, That's Vicol. One is about to go get married. And one is saying, how could he be dead? Bulgarian, I don't know. Okay, well, those are our three people. We may have to come back and figure out which is which. John says, just to be clear, I'm still here just saying goodbye to CH, okay? Alright, so those are our three people. We'll put them aside in case we need to refer back to this at some point. This stays out and says begin your investigation. We can flip this over. Well, this is what we'll do. We're ready. We're set up. We'll take a little 5-minute break here before we get started. So I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. Just to clarify something that the chat was talking about, these three people, I think we need a correction here. It's not that one person is missing. The same person who's missing an eye is missing teeth. So Mogarian has left eye lost to combat and also 3 lower teeth missing. Then Vikul, he's the mage. He's got the tattoo on his temple. The last one, Cress, he doesn't have distinguishing features. He, other than that mustache. Okay, I'm just going to set this aside. We can refer to it when we need to. When we're ready to start, we can flip this card, which I guess we are ready to start. Anything to discuss before we start? First order of business was to re-examine the information that had been sent to us with the magician. Okay, those are the 3 people. The mentalist sent us this. All right, here we go. I'm going to take this action to flip this over. It's 6 a.m. Let's flip it over and remember how to play this game. Okay, no clock, so we didn't have to advance the timer. We had 2 main objectives. The first was to determine the fate of the agents who had disappeared. We needed to know what had befallen them and who'd had a hand in their disappearance. The second was to determine if there were any anomalous forces at work in the village, and if so, discover their nature. What was our first move then? Perhaps it would be prudent to examine the big picture first, or begin our search for the lost agents without delay. They must have stayed somewhere, spoken to someone. We could walk straight into the village or take a detour through the forest to get a good look at the surroundings. Or perhaps we could learn something important at the inn. Our superiors have given us 3 days to complete the investigation. When the current time reaches 6 p.m., on the 3rd day, the investigation ends and card 55 is revealed. If the group ever reaches 9 fatigue on the time track, you must immediately take an available rest action. Okay, so different from before. Before we lose the game, we read something if we ever get 9 fatigue. This just says if you ever get 9 fatigue, you have to immediately rest. And we've got a bunch of actions on this card. Camp for the night. Enter the village, take a look around, visit the inn and pay attention to local rumors, skirt the village and examine the surrounding area, or visit the windmill. And remember that we could send these people to do things, their surveillance and their sneaking around, even before going to a place. Search and surveil. But I guess we've got limited stuff. We'll want to do that before the end of the day, because we can only do it because they get refreshed. So I don't really have a preference here. Let's do what we said. We're going to not spend too much time obsessing over choices we have no real reason to. There's no real reason to say one of these is better than the other, so we're going to sort of role play it. We're sneaky people, so let's skirt the village and examine the surrounding area. 13. And the windmill seems interesting, but I'm going to take the action of 13 first. So taking action 13 brought us the woods. Tricky. Brought us to the woods, which takes up 2 time clicks, so it's now 8 a.m. We headed north from the main road, circling the village. As we left the carefully tended farm fields along the western approach to the village, we emerged onto a wide grassy plain. We spotted a handful of dilapidated houses with boarded windows, but not much else. Past the houses was a small lake, on the shores of which stood a stone building with a tall chimney producing thick black smoke. We passed the lake and picked up a rough trail, which soon led us to a few gravestones and a rickety old wooden house. Past the house, we turned south toward the eastern road into the village, and soon reached the familiar sight of a well-tended fields and neat little houses. Our magician had the feeling that the astral energies in this area had somehow been disturbed, but couldn't substantiate his suspicions. Soon we reached the eastern road. Here, some way from the village, stood a small hunting cabin built from rough-hewn but solid wood. Reveal cards 27, 29, and 30 and add them to our map. So we built a bigger map here. 27, 29, and 30. Okay. 27, 29, and 30. So we're missing 26. Well, let's see what we've got here. Then we've got more actions available. Examine graveyard, visit the hunting cabin, examine the abandoned houses, visit the smithy, trust the magician's instincts, and go deeper into the woods. I think I agree with Jonathan. Let's trust his instincts and go into the wood, but let's see what we've got here. So, we've got the hunting cabin. Boy, this art is just gorgeous. Okay, let's see if we can match up where these go. We've got the abandoned houses and the smithy. So there's part of the lake. Looks like it might go there. Or there. There it is. All right, and where is this over here? No? Is this over here? Where does this go? And then the graveyard, where does it say the graveyard is? Past the lake, picked up a rough trail, which soon led us to a few gravestones and a rickety wooden house. Oh, there it is. Okay. There's the graveyard. And then, is it like that? I guess it's probably like that. So this is the part of the village we haven't been to yet. Past the house, we turned south towards the east road to the village, and soon reached the familiar sight of well-tended fields and neat little houses. Our magician had the feeling that the astral energies had been disturbed. Soon we reached the eastern road. Here, some way from the village, stood a rough-hewn small cabin, hunting cabin, rough-hewn but solid wood. Trust the magician's instincts and go deeper into the woods. Does he want to go this way? I guess he wants to go this way. So I'm going to move this. This game presents a real challenge to playing online, but I'm going to move, so I moved the map up a bit so that we could still keep the card here that we're going to work on, so you can see it when it's close up. All right, so I think we're in agreement. We're going to trust the magician's instinct and go deeper into the woods. So we're going to flip this card over. The forest dugout. A time passes. I want to remind you, oh wait, time passes this way to 9 a.m. I want to remind you that we should be using these things, these tokens, because they refresh. Does the raid refresh? It says raid and combat are replenished at the start of each scenario. It says scenario, but I think it means when we rest as well. So we might want to raid a place sooner rather than later. All right. Our magician cleared his mind and felt for the astral traces he'd sensed. Like a bloodhound picking up a scent, he led us deeper into the woods. After a while, we came across an old mossy dugout. It was barely noticeable, but if one approached from a certain direction, they could make out a low wooden wall with a door and a small window. We initially mistook the chimney for a pile of rocks. There's a fresh astral disturbance, the magician said. He surveyed the scene with an absent look in his eyes. Magic was practiced here, and no more than 2-3 weeks ago. The door was slightly ajar. We looked inside and saw a spacious room with a stone hearth and some crude wooden furniture. A human skeleton lay on the floor, propped against the far wall. There was not enough light to examine it properly. The magician closed his eyes. A master of necromancy was here not long ago. Flip card 27, so 27B is revealed. Okay, let's look at that together. Ta-da! We found the forest dugout, where a master of necromancy was here. Yikes. All right. So these two cards are staying out. Let's take a look at them to remind ourselves our options. Camp for the night, enter the village, which will probably unveil maybe another map piece here. Visit the inn for local rumors. Skirt the village, we did that. Visit the windmill. That's intriguing to me. We can examine the graveyard. We can examine the hunting cabin. Examine the abandoned houses. They're up there. Visit the smithy, which is there. And visit the old forest dugout. Okay, well, I think it's worth pausing for a second to say already this is more intriguing than the previous case. I feel like the most fun I was having with this game was exploring. And I do feel like we're doing that a little bit more. Jonathan says, maybe we should examine the graveyard to look for the evidence of the necromancer. Well, don't forget, we can't go to the forest dugout, but we could search it. Remember, it says here we didn't have time. There was not enough light to examine it properly. So I kind of feel like we should set someone searching this area. The forest dugout. Graveyard would be a good place to go. We might even see signs of our dead person. Remember, we're supposed to find our group, and one of them, he says he died, right? What does he say? He says, Megarian, Cress is not himself. Megarian, I don't know, but I will find out. He can't be dead. We were together. So one person, he's a bit afraid that he died. Any other clues to where they went? Requesting help. He can't be dead. Well, let's look at this. This is kind of important, right? Because we're supposed to find these. He says, the one guy is writing, looks like Cress is writing, I spent the whole day today toiling in the fields with a family of villagers. Their daughter's exceptionally charming. I'm in love. So we might try to find that family of farmers. But then there's the abandoned houses. Now I'm intrigued by this place. Raid would be to capture or rescue someone at the end, especially since we only have one raid. Yeah, I think maybe we save that for when we think we can rescue them. But I do think maybe, let's see, 1, 2, 3, we got quite a bit of time, but I do want to make sure we use our searches before the end of the day, and if we search early, we'll be able to do something in those places. So I think we should set a search going at the dugout. So that's what we'll do. We're going to send the spy to search the dugout. So let's remember how we do this. Anna wants to search and surveil the smith for no reason. No, I want to search the dugout where the necromancer is. Okay, so I take the search. I don't think it matters which one we do it on, but we're taking our token and put it on the dugout to remind us that we've searched there. We take another one from the supply. We put it 3 hours ahead, which is noon, on there. And we flip the guy that's searching. It doesn't really matter who, because they don't have any special things. We just need to remember that one of our people is not available. And now we can't raid, right? While someone's done, we can't raid. And here's... Oh, wait, I gotta take that back. I'm taking that back for a second. So I thought the dugout was done, but it's not. We actually do have an option. We can examine it. So remember, one of the things we kept struggling with was this idea that once you're searching it, you can't interact with it. So if we want to examine it without searching it, we could do that first. Although the game tells you don't have to. So I want to do something with that dugout, but I could just examine it instead of searching it. We don't really have a good feel for this game yet, whether that was smart. Shouldn't you have more tokens for the new character? Oh, yes, you're right. Thank you. We didn't take the characters for the new character. Thank you very much, Emmy. So he gets 2 of his mentalist abilities and 2 combat. Thank you very much. Okay, I'll add those to the pool. Good. And we don't really know how to use the mentalist abilities. It just tells us that their certain card actions cost mental strength tokens to perform. You can only take them if you have enough strength. Okay, thank you. ME saved us from making a terrible mistake, although we would have figured that out once we needed them. All right, so the question is, I was saying, we don't really understand how this game works. Like, if we're going to search it, should we not bother to examine it? Because that's redundant. Let's try that. Just for fun, let's try it. Instead of examining it, the old dugout, we're just going to search it. We can always come back and examine it later. Okay, so we search the forest dugout. We take one from the supply, put it 3 hours in the future, which is noon. We flip over our spy, which doesn't matter who. It's not like now we don't have mentalist abilities. We set him searching, and now we can't go to the forest dugout, and we can't raid. All right. Next up, I'd kind of like to go to the village to fill this in, but I can see that we might want to go... No, I think it's nice to have a map. Let's go to the village, take a look around, see if we can't fill this map out. So enter the village and take a look around is number 8. So we're going to do that. Remember, you guys can feel free to jump in the chat, and make suggestions. Okay, so here we go. As hoped, we're going to get this last map piece. It's village streets that a time occurred, so we're going to go forward. I wonder if we shouldn't be doing... Well, we only have one more search, so maybe we want to save that. Rotwood seems surprisingly well kept, perhaps a little too flawless. We witnessed one villager wiping down unharvested apples still on the tree. Everything looked clean and renovated with care. We couldn't find a single idle villager. Everyone was busy with something. One was repainting the fence, another was digging in his garden. We casually proceeded down the main road and reached a small market square where several traders were peddling their simple wares. There was a small gathering of villagers. We could approach them with our questions without raising much suspicion. Reveal card 26 and add it to your map. So it's the final map piece. And then we've got available actions: visit the market, take a stroll through the village, and try to come up with a plan. That's a weird concept. Like, we'll come up with our own plans. Why do we need to turn a card to come up with a plan? All right, well, here's our last piece of the map. It's the market square. It's a very colorful looking village here. Nothing jumps out at me from this image. Like, I don't see I'm looking at it like if I was playing Micro Macro. Like, where's that necromancer? Is he hidden in one of these pictures? But I don't see him. So let's put it here. So our map is complete. Let's take a look at it. It is quite beautiful. Forest, hunting cabin, a big market. Everything looks too clean in here, like they're trying to make it look like some what's it called? What's the movie that Roger Ebert did? The Stepford Wives Village. There's a new movie coming out that looks like that. All right, graveyard. We're role playing this game. WandaVision, yes. We're role-playing this game. So now, from my standpoint, I'm not at all interested in the village. I'm interested in these outskirts, creepy buildings. So, that's where I want to go. I say we go to the graveyard, then maybe the abandoned houses, maybe the windmill. Let's just skirt around the village and try to avoid going in the village at all. We had to go in to make a map. All right, so graveyard, I want to go next. Although it would be nice to find someone to surveil, but maybe we'll find someone at the graveyard. All right, so graveyard, examine the graveyard, 18B. All right, so that's what we're doing next, 18B. We're just hitting this at a nice, healthy pace. We could surveil the village. That's not a bad idea, Anna. Okay, graveyard. Here we go. We started down the narrow trail leading deeper into the woods. First, we saw an old wooden shack standing slightly askew, and then the old gravestones. We watched the house for a while, waiting for any sign of life, but the place was quiet. Reveal card 30 and add it to your map. And then we have an action to carefully examine the graveyard. So a time ticked by. I don't think I did that. One, two, three, and then 1, 2 from something that's gone. It'd be nice to be able to recover, to make sure you didn't skip anything. But I guess you guys will tell me if I forget to advance the clock. All right. Reveal card 30. Add it to your map. 30 we've already got. Oh, that's a shame. Should we not have had it? Did I get card 30 out prematurely? One of our cards told us 27, 29, 30. Yes, we already had it. All right, so visiting the graveyard got us a card we already had. I think it's natural that we should examine the graveyard more closely. I don't see anything from looking at it. All right, let's do that. Let's examine it more closely. John says, I think we were supposed to start on 18B. Oh, is that right? I think you might be right. Examine the graveyard 18B. All right, so I advanced the clock when we shouldn't. Okay, good. Good catch, Jonathan. The rules do say start on 18, open to 18B. Okay, so I read 18, which was a different way to visit the graveyard, find the graveyard. It's a nice little image. Okay, so we start on 18B. I'm not going to advance the clock again. It just advanced to there. Let's see what we've got here. We decided to examine the old shack before wandering off to the gravestones. Most likely a gravekeeper had lived here once. But the wood had turned black, and some of the logs looked rotten to the core. The paint had long flaked off the lintels. The ornate carvings were broken in many places. Still, the house didn't look completely abandoned. Since the door was locked, we could only look inside through two small, dim windows. The interior was tidy. There was a wooden bed with a blanket thrown over it, and a table with a wooden bowl and a mug. The graveyard looked depressingly run down, especially compared to the flourishing village. The grounds had not been tended, and quite a few of the graves were overgrown with weeds. We would have guessed that no one had been there in some time if it weren't for the fresh flowers placed by two of the graves. Drawn to these, we examined the headstones more closely. Each displayed a prominent carved deer head. Judging by the dates, the occupants had died before the war, having both lived long lives. Whatever relative had visited them was the only villager in Rotwood who still felt a connection to this place. Curiously, the most recent gravestones we could find dated back 2 full years, and there were no fresh graves. Perhaps whoever lived in the shack would be able to explain this. We have a new action, which is wait for the owner of the shack. Boy, wait does not sound very good use of our time. I mean, how much time is it going to take us to wait for the owner of the shack? Or we could surveil it, but it's saying we can have a wait for that. Wait for the owner of the shack. I think I'm more inclined to see if we stumble on the owner of the shack on our own. We'll come back and do that later if we don't, and then go to the abandoned houses instead. Examine the abandoned houses is 38. Anna says, it looks like we're looking for a necromancer who enchanted the whole village, killing off people older than 35, but not burying them, just using them for magic. I think that's a pretty good guess, which is a more than reason than ever for us to go on the outskirts of the village, because the necromancer is probably not going to live in the village proper, but he could live in the graveyard, but not in that shack, right? Probably not. All right, let's go to the abandoned houses. I'm not going to wait for the owner of the graveyard. I'm thinking maybe we'll find that person or just stumble onto them while doing other things. And soon we're going to get our forest dugout examined. All right, so instead we're going to examine the abandoned houses, which is 38. Okay, let's see what we got here. 38. All right, 2 clicks of the clock went by. So our thing resolved. Someone remind me. Sorry. So our thing resolves. Now, do we do this card first, or do we first resolve our thing? Here's the thing where the rule book is gone because it's on cards from case 1. This is insanity, this idea of not having a rule book. Then if you played this case and then you didn't play the case 2 for a month, you'd have nothing to remind you what to do now. Or even that you're supposed to wait, put it ahead 3 days, like that's all gone. It's like that, those rule instructions are gone into the ether. Okay, John says we do our special actions first. So before we read this is how we're going to do this. It doesn't matter too much. But I have advanced the clock. But before reading this, we're going to now reveal this. So this comes off This stays to remind us. And we go into the search deck for card 12, which is the Forest Dugout. Let's do this first. The complaints about a rule book during the case were all minor. Like, it's annoying to have to refer to a card. But now we're in a whole different level of complaints about not having a rule book. The idea that you now have no rules for how to play this game. They are hidden in a deck of cards, packed in a box. Ridiculous. Okay, here we go. Search card for 12. We've searched the dugout. The spy has come back. Let's see what he found. Thinking it was unwise to approach a dead body with traces of necromancy while on my own, I focused my attention on the area around the dugout. I soon found several old tanning frames, rotted and decayed as if they'd been left there some time ago. Behind some raspberry bushes, I found some objects in similar condition. A wooden barrel, some crates, and some leftover tools. Despite their apparent age, I suspected someone had moved them into the bushes more recently. The most surprising find, however, was an anthill nearby. The dirt mound had somehow been shaped into an 8-sided pyramid, as if I was looking at a crystal covered in earth. Though the lines were slightly uneven, the shape was unmistakable. I poked the hill with a stick to see if there was anything under the dirt, but all I found was normal ant tunnels. Having examined all there was, I returned to the group. Okay, so seems kind of useless, but creepy in a good way. I'll just put those aside. It didn't really help us. He's like, I don't want to look at the skeleton. It seemed too scary. All right. Now let's return to our abandoned houses, which we've already advanced the clock past. All of the abandoned houses were clustered together across the lake from the village. It seemed strange since the place was no different than the rest of the settlement. If anything, it had a better view of the nearby lake. Still, a dozen or so houses stood empty here. We peeked inside each of them. All were dusty and ill-maintained. Everywhere, random things were either scattered across the floor or piled up in corners. Some of them had faded crimson stains under a thick layer of dust. However, we needed to examine the stains closer to come to any conclusions. A couple of the houses could be used as shelter for the night. They were in decent condition and didn't need to be cleaned. We could also look for traces of our missing agents, perhaps a personal item or something else they'd left behind that could shed light on their fate. We can examine the old bloodstains. There's no DNA, but we do have a mage. I guess he might be able to know something. We can stay the night after 6 p.m., or we can look for traces of the agents. Interesting. Well, we still have more time. We're going to want to do a surveillance before the end of the day. We're assuming that this stuff's coming back to us, right? Including the raid token, right? Raid and combat tokens are replenished at the start of each scenario. Is it true or is it a lie? Oh, it is true. So surveillance and search come back when you rest. Raid and combat when the scenario. So we only have one raid token, and it has to last us the whole scenario. So we won't be spending that yet. Well, I don't want to examine the old blood stains. That just doesn't seem logical. They just seem like blood, and we don't have DNA matching here in 1403. But we could look for traces of the agents. And it says, it is a memory game as well, so 2 and 1, don't complain. I don't get it. 2 and 1, don't complain. I see. It's a joke about how this game is now also a memory game, so we're getting a bonus game. All right. The smithy would be a reasonable place to go. So would the windmill. All right. If I'm role playing this, then I want to go to all these outskirts places. It does make sense to look for traces of the agents, so let's do that first, and then maybe go to the windmill. But let's remember that the search and surveil are going to come back after we rest. So we're going to want to do these before we rest. They're kind of free, right? 1, 2, 3 is 4 p.m. I think we should... All right, let's go to the... Let's look for traces. And then maybe go to the smithy or the windmill and then pick one of those places to surveil before the end of the night. Could be the graveyard would be a good place to surveil. But first we're going to look for traces of the agents. Okay, so here we go. Our first opportunity to look for traces of the agents. Let's flip it. Okay, so a time passes. It's now 2 p.m. We carefully searched the houses and found multiple bloodstains. One of the houses held a grim surprise. It had been ransacked recently, and much fresher blood was smeared on the walls and floor. Our magician claimed this blood belonged to a magic user. To make sense of it, we would need to take more time and conduct a thorough examination. We can examine the old bloodstains, the new bloodstains, or spend the night. And let's look at this picture together. So there's blood on the windowsill. So someone could have come in like a creature and gone out. Don't forget, like the history of this village is the elite beastmaster enemies were killed in this village. So maybe they still roam the forests. Examine the new bloodstains. I mean, are we going to a magic user? Are any of our people magic users that we're looking for? Let's see. Yes, one was, right? Vickle, the astral mage. So I wonder if this is Vickle's place. Where's our things? Vickle says, not quite myself, requesting help. Vickle is the guy who can't write well. I wonder if we're gonna like find each person in a different place. So maybe we should try to nail one down and see if that's how this game works. When we examine the new bloodstains, it's gonna say they're on the windowsill, and that's why it was a creature. Like, it's gonna tell us what that picture can show us, I think. 1, 2, 3. We should do some search and surveil soon, but I guess it's not. We don't have to do it yet. All right, let's examine the new bloodstains. Let's go down this lead a bit. See if it tells us about one of the people. Then we'd get a better feel if that's how this game's gonna work. We're gonna go to one at a time. So we're going to examine the new bloodstains. 41. It also might help us decide whether we're gonna sleep in these houses at night. So examine the new bloodstains. 41. We should also, we've got a bunch of combat. We should try to find someplace to fight. 41, the new bloodstains. Okay, here we go. All right, so time is ticking by. I guess we'll put these up here somewhere. Whoever had searched the house had done so rather unprofessionally and left such mayhem and destruction in their wake. A cupboard had fallen down and been pushed into the middle of the room. The same had been done to an empty wooden barrel. Benches were overturned and multiple items were scattered across the floor. There was a broken arrow shaft in the corner. A fresh trail of blood led from the window to the center of the room. Our magician went to examine it. This is the blood of someone who was proficient in astral and water magic. Vickle, special, water and astral mage. So this is Vickle. He's talking about Vickle's blood. This is the blood of someone who is proficient in astral and water magic. A wooden mug with a carved image of a canary lay at the other end of the trail of blood by the window. It seemed the wounded person had dropped it as they ran. One of us sniffed the mug and discovered a sharp fungal scent. That's creepy. A canary. We've seen this before. And this smell, it's poison. The mug has been here for more than a month. Was the wounded person planning to take it as evidence? Were they trying to investigate something here? Were they wounded during the search? We had many questions and few answers. We thought of conducting a psychic ritual to learn what had happened, but our magician warned against this idea, claiming the blood of another mage would distort the magical energies nearby. It was also possible that whoever had been here was still alive, and in that case, gods knew who would answer our call. We could spend his magical thing, his mental strength, and we could insist that he do this ritual. Jonathan says, I still sort of want to do the ritual. Did I advance this clock? I don't think I did. That's tricky to remember to do that. I kind of want to do it too. I mean, he's saying we shouldn't. The one reason why I think we should, that why I'm sort of tempted to do it, is because we're flush with combat. It says, do not do the ritual. Do not do the ritual. I mean, we do have combat. I feel like this is a way we could do it. But, alright, we don't have to do it yet. We don't have to do it yet. Canary, we've seen this before, but we haven't really seen the canary before. The magician warned against this idea. It does seem like we should be listening to him. Emmy is chiming in. He said that suggests the magic user might be able to do something similar at the dugout if you actually go there. Michael Bork says, sounds like a dare. Do it, do it. Since we've got 3 days, we've only got 2 of the magic things. I think Anna's right that we should probably not do it yet. Let's get a better feel for what's going on before we start going against our mentalist mage. Poison. Was he wounded during the search? We had many questions and few answers. We thought of conducting a psychic ritual to learn what had happened. Yeah, let's try to learn what happened without summoning some demons. And then if we have to, we'll do that. But we have got sign of our guy, at least. We'll come back to this. All right, next up, we still got a surveillance and a search. So I think windmill. I'm role playing this. Do the special magic actions refresh? The mental strength are replenished at each scenario. Mental strength and combat tokens are replenished at the end of each scenario. So they're like combat. They don't refresh when we rest. So we only have 2 to last us the entire scenario. All right, so continuing with the idea of role playing, I want to go to the windmill. Let's see if we catch one of the other people hanging out at the windmill. All right, let's see. Where is our other windmill stuff? We can go to the market and buy something. We do have coins. It does make sense that we should go to the market and buy something. But let's go to the windmill first. Visit the windmill number 12. We do need to conduct search and surveillance, though, before the end of the night. I guess we're going to sleep. We'll do it right before we sleep. Okay, 12 is windmill. So this is a new symbol on this card for us. The arrow. Remember, the game told us we're allowed to look at the other side. It's just image. The windmill was some distance from the village, surrounded by fields. Its wide sails slowly turned under a moderate breeze. Oh, and a clock goes by. 4 p.m. now. As we opened the doors and walked inside, we were greeted by 2 female visitors sifting flour. They told us there had once been a miller, but he'd been gone for a year and a half or so. The building had been standing empty since then. All the older males have disappeared from this village. It's a Wicker Man story, right? The building had been standing empty since then. The villagers preferred to grind their flour at home using small hand-operated grindstones. What happened to the miller? We asked the women. He was a barbaric man, crude and dirty, so he sort of... She paused to think. He got sent away. He left. The second woman finished for her. Then both of them hurriedly gathered their belongings and left without another word. We examined the building, filled with quiet sounds of creaking wood. From the outside, it was freshly painted and had looked immaculate, but inside the picture was far from ideal. Wall planks were rotten black, wooden sprockets were missing teeth, and the grindstones looked considerably worn. It seemed the mill's exterior was more important to the villagers than its inner works. So they're trying to keep up appearances in this place. All right, well, that was not very interesting, though. Put that in a pile of non-interesting stuff. All right, well, it's almost time to go to sleep. But we might as well search at the end. We've been to the windmill. Do we really want to search the windmill? No. Let's go to the smithy. Smithy is 16. Okay, here's the smithy. Time passes. It's now 5 p.m. We approached the stone building and walked around it, taking our time. The heavy wooden shutters on the only window were shut. The massive door was secured by a big padlock. There was a big sign displaying a hammer and an anvil over the entrance and a bronze weather vane in the shape of a rooster on the roof. Black smoke was rising from the chimney. We knocked on the door, but there was no response. In fact, no sound came from inside the smithy at all. We could wait for the blacksmith to return, Given the smoke still rising, he couldn't have stepped out for too long. Available actions. Wait for the blacksmith. Well. I think I've advanced time. Alright, well, it's going to be time for us to go to sleep quite soon, in 2 ticks of the clock. Let me know if I didn't advance the thing. So we're going to want to do a search and a surveil. This looks like a reasonable place to surveil, but so does the graveyard. Have we not gone to the hunting cabin? We haven't gone to the hunting cabin yet either. Is that true? We haven't been to the hunting cabin? Because that would be the other natural place to go. That would be our last outskirts place. So I suggest we go to the hunting cabin, and then we do our search and surveil actions and go to sleep. So let's do that. Let's go to the hunting cabin. 42. This is going to be our last action before we do our surveillance and sleep. Hunting cabin is 42. Surprised we didn't already go to the hunting cabin. Alright, well, the hunting cabin takes 2 clock ticks, so we're already pushed into 7 p.m. We approached the cabin. We're going through this quickly, just like we promised. We approached the cabin and looked around. The clearing was crowded by wooden tanning frames with hare, fox, and wolf hides stretched across them. Both the cabin and the land around it looked less well kept than the rest of the village. The window boards were cruder and hadn't been painted, and as a result the wood had cracked. A thin stream of smoke rose from the chimney, and the smell of fried meat wafted from the house. Deer antlers were attached above the front door. We knocked, and soon the door opened, discharging a fair-haired man of athletic build with a wide beard and mustache. He was dressed in a bearskin vest and loose-fitting pants with fur below the knees. We greeted the man, introduced ourselves, and asked if we could talk to him inside. He in turn introduced himself as Caton and invited us in. The interior of the house was tidy, but it was clear the owner wasn't obsessed with cleanliness. Shelves were full of old things collecting dust. A small spider sat in its web in one corner of the ceiling. A wooden bow, reinforced with ivory and sporting carved deer silhouettes, hung on the wall above the entrance. A quiver of brightly feathered arrows stood on the floor. Another pair of arrows was lying on the table. Their bone tips were bright red with fresh blood. Caton approached the oven and turned over 2 skewers with hare carcasses on them. What was our one person who had the bow? Let's just look at that. Equipment, a lacquered yew bow with plain unengraved bone handle. Alright, so that doesn't sound like this bow. It sounds like this guy's just a hunter. But we did have arrows in that abandoned house. Alright, well it tells us to flip this card, so we've got to flip this card. So, what did you want to talk to me about? About Rotwood. We've only just arrived and we find the village rather unusual. You're a hunter, right? Have you been living here long? What made you think so? The man smiled. Yes, I am a hunter. I was born in Rotwood, lived here before the war, then had to flee south with the rest of my family. The hunter told us the story of his family. Back before the war, they'd had a decent house in the village, but it burned down after they fled. Caton's mother and 2 younger brothers hadn't survived their first winter as refugees. Weakened by hunger, they had succumbed to illness. After the war ended, his father hurried back to Rotwood, while Caton stayed in the south and became an apprentice to an old tanner. After his master retired a year and a half ago, he'd returned to Rotwood to find his father. But the villagers told him old Vassal, that was his father's name, hadn't returned from a hunt. Alone now, Caton decided to settle into an old hunting cabin and take on his father's trade. The bow was a gift from my father, Caton told us, taking the bow down from the wall from back before the war. He carved the stags himself. They're our family crest. Then it says, read card 43. Okay. We asked Caton if he'd found the village strange when he'd arrived a year and a half ago, and he admitted he had. Though he had been gone from Rotwood for 10 years, the changes in the villagers' behavior still seemed too dramatic. He likened them to busy ants, like that anthill we saw, working tirelessly day by day, and he suspected something sinister hid beneath the impeccable facade. That was why he preferred to keep contact with the village to a minimum, only trading skins, furs, and meats for tools and other items when necessary. He claimed he was planning to leave Rotwood for good, but didn't have enough money yet. Despite the lengthy conversation, we couldn't shake the feeling that the hunter knew more than he'd told us. He consistently avoided discussing the peculiarities of the village and villagers in detail. So we can spend money to pay him for more information. We do have money, although we have to remember it has to last us the entire campaign. It doesn't get refreshed. Well, we don't have to decide that now, because now it seems like it's time for sleep. So this stays out as an action. We've got lots of available actions. Cards with actions here. Let's decide where we're going to search and surveil, and then where we're going to sleep. So we can spend the night in the abandoned houses. We can camp for the night in our campsite. Are those our only options? We can sleep in the abandoned houses, or we can camp in our campsite. Yes, those are our two sleeping options. What about the inn? Maybe we would have had to go to the inn earlier, fully, before we could sleep there. So we don't have that option. I don't think we were going to sleep in the thing either. Okay, so we have a search and a surveil that we want to use up because it gets refreshed. Jonathan says, I want to spend the night in the abandoned houses. Got full health. Let's get maximum eerie. Okay, I like it. I think I like Jonathan's idea. It seems less healthy, less safe to sleep in the abandoned houses, but we might get a sign of something there. So, but where do you want to surveil and where do you want to search? So we met the smithy at the graveyard. Let's see, the forest dugout was the place we already searched. We didn't see anything, but the anthill and the skeleton, that sounds like it could be where the necromancer might live. So we might try to surveil there and search the graveyard. What do you think about that? Surveil at the dugout and search the graveyard? Just because we can't do vice versa. But we could also search the abandoned houses or surveil the abandoned houses right before we go to sleep there. Jonathan says he likes it though. Okay, so that's what we're doing. We've decided we're going to search at the graveyard, surveil at the dugout. So we've got to take 2 people. We're going to take our spy and our raider. We're going to send them there. We're going to take our 2 tokens and put them 3 time steps ahead. And now we're going to go to sleep in the abandoned houses. Camp for the, we're doing spend the night in the abandoned houses. Okay, so that's the action we're taking. And it says, really? So guys, you go to creepy cabin. I'm going to the camp, sleep tight. All right, so we're going to, let's just organize our stuff here. We're going to camp for the night here. Now, remember that the rules were not super clear about the order in which we do this, and the rules are gone now. The rules are in a box on cards that we don't know about, but we can take a quick reminder of this. My group started surveillance or search, but rested before they were completed. What happens? All active search and surveillance events trigger when you rest. Draw the special action cards, then immediately resolve the rest card. So it says draw the special action cards, but I'm assuming that means resolve them. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to draw and resolve them as we rest. But before we take our rest and see that, we're going to take an 8-minute break. And I'll see you in 8 minutes when we're about to go to sleep in the abandoned houses. Maybe not the smartest thing we've done. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're playing Mortum Medieval Detective Case 2, which is called The Mysterious Place. And we're ready to go to sleep for the night, to rest for our first of 3 nights. We decided to sleep in the abandoned houses where it's full of blood, old and new. The chat is just talking about the rest mechanic and what we should do when we wake up. But first we have to resolve the night phase. Okay, so we're taking a rest action. The FAQ tells us that the first thing we do is we resolve any search and surveil that was pending. So we're going to do that. We had some planned for the evening, so we're going to put those away. And we're going to engage those. So that was a surveillance at the forest dugout. So that's surveillance 12 card. If you'll remember, that was where we found the creepy anthill when we searched, and where we found the skeleton and magic going on. And then we decided to search at the graveyard. I'm not sure I remember exactly what we found at the graveyard. We found a shack which didn't look completely abandoned, and some fresh flowers on some graves. So we decided to search there. Surveillance there wouldn't have been a terrible idea either. We might want to consider that. Here's our search of the graveyard. Okay, so we resolved these. We've decided, although it's not 100% clear, we resolved these first. So we called everyone home right before sleep, and this is what we've done. All right, so here's the search of the graveyard. I decided that examining the graves themselves would be a waste of time, and thus focused all my energies on the keeper's shack. I approached the building and watched it for a while, wanting to make sure the owner wasn't inside. To my surprise, a man of about 50 emerged and walked off into the woods. I waited some time to confirm that he would not return. Then I picked the lock, entered the shack, and began my search. At first, I couldn't find anything other than basic household items, but then I discovered a hidden cache behind a cupboard. There I found scrolls, quills, and some ink. I carefully examined the papers and discovered a note from someone named Gideon, and a hand-drawn map of Rotwood with strange annotations. The rest of the scrolls were blank. I carefully returned the cache, then left the house, just in time as the man in gray returned from his errand and entered the shack. That's our spy giving us a report. So, the graveyard shack had someone in it who's a 50-year-old man, and all the old men in this village have been disappeared. So that's very odd. And he's got what? Looks like maybe some magic scrolls or something. He's heading into the woods. Is this our necromancer? It says to reveal card 53. So let's do that. Let's see what we've got here. Card 53. Ooh, that looks kind of cool. Look at that. Mill, graveyard, and hunting cabin are outside the sphere of influence. Centered on the elder's house? If inside the house, elder would be long dead. New information. Abandoned houses in range, but not affected. Think I know what weakens the influence. Still can't figure out source. Was it taken from the dugout? Who took it? Well, that's kind of cool. So he says this guy is not the necromancer, but he's an old man that's figured out he lives outside the circle of influence. So outside the circle is not affected. He says it's centered on the elder's house, but the elder would be long dead. So I think maybe the necromancer is living in the elder's house, and that's the center of it all. And then he's saying, I think I know what weakens the influence. Still can't figure out the source, but he thinks maybe it was taken from the dugout, which is here. Right there. There's the hunting cabin outside the source. That's where the hunter is. The dugout may be where this thing that's doing this magic was taken from, brought in. Mill is the windmill. Mill is outside the influence. Shack that he's in is outside the influence. The abandoned houses. Why are they abandoned? Now I'm really regretting sleeping there. Now, logically, could we change our mind? Like, all we've done is called people in in preparation for rest. Have we committed to resting here? I guess we kind of have, because we've kind of said everyone meet us here, finish up. So I guess thematically we can't change where we sleep. So this feels a little scary. But we're well prepared to fight. All right, let's flip this card now. Are we sleeping inside the circle? Yes, we are, Anna. We're in the abandoned houses. However, it says the abandoned houses are in range but not affected. Think I know what weakens the influence. So if the abandoned houses are in range and not affected, so there's some secret in the abandoned houses that weakens this effect. So actually sleeping in the we might learn something. All right, now we're flipping this over. Don't go to the dugout. Vikul hasn't recognized me yet. He thinks I'm acting alone. Let him think that. He'll surely know you by your scar. He has recovered somewhat, but he's still weak, so I need your help. I'm planning a surprise for the locals. I'll be waiting for you at the old battlefield tomorrow. I need you to carry some skeletons to a place nearby for a ritual. An attack of the walking dead will surely keep the villagers occupied long enough for the mage and I to grab his friend. Signed, Gideon. So it says, so this is Gideon. Let's see, where is the part that we're reading here? So the shack. We find a note discovered from someone named Gideon. Okay. And the note says, don't go to the dugout. Too late, we already went there. Vikul hasn't recognized me yet. So is Vikul living in the dugout? He thinks I'm acting alone. Let him think that. He'll surely know you by your scar. He's recovered, but he's still too weak, so I need your help. I'm going to plan this thing for the locals to summon them to be attacked by the undead. While we do this from this ritual at the old battlefield. And then that'll occupy them long enough for the mage and I to grab his friend. So is Vikul the friend that they're talking about? No, Vikul is the mage. Vikul hasn't recognized me yet. He thinks I'm acting alone. Let him think that. He'll know you by your scar. Well, how do you read that? Let me just make a note here. We've got Gideon, who's at the graveyard, which is outside the area of influence. And he is going for the mage and I to grab his friend. So I think he's saying with the mage, who is Vikul, they're going to grab his friend, which would either be Mogarian or Cress. Vikul hasn't recognized me yet. He thinks I'm acting alone. Hasn't recognized me yet. He thinks I'm acting alone. Let him think that. He'll surely know you by your scar. So is he writing to Mogarian, who's got the eye patch? Mogarian is 38, 35, Vickle is 38, Cress is 36. So they're all young. None of them are this guy. Not sure exactly. I read it as, Jonathan says, I read it as Gideon working with the agent whose name started with M. Mogarian, why did you think it's the person whose name started with M? Let's reread the journals from the start, Jonathan says. All right, let's see what we've got here. Report March 27th. Arrived at the village. Situation is puzzling. Signed Cress, Vickle, and Mogarian. Examine the village. It looks thriving. The eldest we saw was 3540. Then a different person's writing. We haven't found a single shred of evidence pointing towards anomalies. We've been invited to join a celebration by the abandoned houses. We're reluctant to take Mogarian with us, but locals insist all of us must come. Why are we sleeping in these houses? This seems a really bad idea. Place is magnificent. I'm considering staying here. Cress and Vickle. And then Vickle says, I'm not sure quite myself, requesting help. Cress is not himself. Mogarian doesn't know, but I will find out. Mogarian, I don't know, but I will find out. He can't be dead. So, I guess maybe we should write down that Vickle is the guy who's not himself. Not himself, writes badly. And then Cress is the guy who likes it there. Place is magnificent. And then the third writing is this guy here. That's confusing, don't you think? Like, look, this first writing is good. These are the bad writing. The bad writing is Vickle. He's the guy who's writing everything badly. He's the guy who signed it by... Oh, I'm sorry. Vickle, here he is writing this by himself, and he's the same handwriting here as here. That's Vickle. Okay, he's the one with bad handwriting who says he's not himself. Now, we've got two other handwritings. We've got this one, signed by all three, and then we've got this one by Cress and Vickle. So this one has to be Cress. But then, that would mean this one, the third different handwriting, is Mogarian. But look what it says. Seems our first impressions were way off. We haven't found a single shred of evidence. The choice of location is strange. We're reluctant to take Mogarian with us, but locals insist all of us must come. That's very odd to me. Does that make sense to you? That seems just wrong to me. seems like a bug. I mean, it's clearly 3 different handwritings. It's clearly... That just seems wrong to me, but okay. I don't have much trust or faith in this game. John says, I insist we stay in the house. I'm agreeing with you. I just think it's dangerous, but yes. Okay, so Gideon grab his friend. All right, well, let's put this aside for now because we're done with it. And now we've still got the other thing we haven't done yet. Where's that? Did we do both of them? Surveillance. Ah, here's our surveillance. Okay. So we surveilled the dugout. Let's see what we find. Having spent hours watching the place, I was sure of one thing. There was nothing to watch at all. Boy, that was a waste. All right. Nothing to see at the dugout. All right, now we have to sleep in the abandoned houses. Spend the night in the abandoned houses, 40. All right, here we go. Abandoned bloodstained houses, and we're told we can look at this other side of it. So here it is. Nice little drawing. I do like the art in this game. Abandoned bloodstained houses. This wasn't exactly the part of the village we'd planned on staying in. Was it even safe? We took some safety measures like barring the door, but it would still be prudent to set a watch until morning if we could muster the energy. So replenish all your surveillance and search tokens. So we've got 2 search and 1 surveillance. 2 search and 1 surveillance. Okay. Count up your fatigue. So our fatigue is just 1. Add 1 fatigue for each red bar on the current space of the time thing, and 1 for each wound. Set the current time to 6 a.m. So we're at 6 a.m. and we have 1 fatigue only. Now, you may gain a fatigue to take a night action on any card in play. Interesting. If you do, resolve that action, then follow the rest of this card's steps below. If not, follow them now. Okay, so when we resolve them, for each fatigue point, currently we only have 1, we move the clock further into the morning. We have to sleep later. Or we discard a raid, surveil, or search, which we don't want to do. And we could take any available night action. There is only night actions on this card. We can send someone to watch the village, or we could patrol the abandoned houses. A night action, so we can only do 1 of these. We could send someone to watch the village, or we could patrol the abandoned houses. Well, I feel like we have to patrol the abandoned houses because the bad creatures that may come attacking us could be coming from up here outside the village for all we know. And if we committed to sleeping in the abandoned houses, we have to send someone on watch. So we're going to patrol the abandoned houses, which is card 48. So we take an extra fatigue for that. And we're going to read card 48. And we wanted to see about the abandoned houses anyway. Why are they immune? So hopefully we're going to learn. So card 48. So the rules say if we want to do that, we do that. and then follow the rest. Okay, so let's see what we've got here. So we took an extra fatigue and we got the abandoned houses, and here's a picture of what we see. What is that? I see it's a person in robes. Some an astral projection, like of a person on resting over the village. Let's see what it says. The abandoned part of the village looked grim and desolate. One could almost believe this was the true condition of the entire village, dead and rotting under a mask of orderliness and prosperity. It was after midnight that our magician began his patrol. I see, that was him patrolling over there. His thoughts were interrupted by sudden movement. A figure dressed in flowing white robes floated down the north road toward the village. Oh, this is our necromancer? The magician was no stranger to the supernatural, but the sight gave him a deathly chill. It was a manifestation of a restless spirit, a wraith, if you will. He told us any contact with such an entity is dangerous, but still I decided to follow it and find out where it was heading. Though the silhouette was vague, it looked like the spirit of a woman, maybe a girl. The manifestation approached one of the empty houses, passed through the wall, and disappeared. I dared not go inside and had to cease my observations at that point. We can visit the place during the day should we want to. Examine the house visited by a wraith. Very interesting. So he thinks that's a girl wraith. Okay, I like it. All right, so now we're going to do finish the rest actions. For each fatigue point you have, we now have 2. Move the current time hour 1 forward or discard a special action token. I don't think we want to discard any special action tokens. So we're going to move to 8 a.m. I mean, we could. We're on day 2. We could get rid of a search token, but I don't think we should. So we're on day 2. We'll just advance the clock. Okay, there goes our fatigue, and it's now day 2, 8 a.m. Ready to kick off the day. We still had no combat. All right, let's go right to the Wraith House. Do we need to remind ourselves what actions are available? Let's remind ourselves what actions are available here. We can wait for the owner of the graveyard shack. He's the person that we saw sneaking out. That's Gideon. We found his notes. So he has real information. It said to return the rest card. Remove this card from play and return it to the deck. I see. So we could go back here and sleep again. Okay, good. Good catch. Wait, what? Yeah, okay. I was going to say, we can still go to the thing. All right, so I put that back in the deck. All right. So we can go to the shack and wait for the owner of the shack, which is the Gideon, who has got huge amounts of information of all of our lost people. If we could actually talk to him, that would be huge. We can visit the inn and listen to rumors. Skirt the village, examine the surrounding area. We did that. Okay. We can wait for the blacksmith. I guess we didn't talk to the blacksmith. We talked to the hunting person, hunting cabin guy, but not the blacksmith. We could go do the ritual in the abandoned houses. We can examine the old bloodstains. We can examine the house that the wraith went into overnight. We can go to the market. We can take a stroll through the village and try to come up with a plan. Something rubs me wrong about that card. We can pay the hunter for information. Yeah, okay, so that's it, I guess. So I want to go to the Wraith, and I think we should probably pay the hunter for more information. But let's go visit the Wraith first. Let's see what house they went into. John says, has this undead distraction already happened? Could Gideon have already snuck out with our agents for some reason? Gideon said he was going to have the undead attack the village. And Jonathan's saying, has it already happened? It's a good question. I don't know, but I'd like to talk to him. He seems like the person who knows the most. He knew all our people by name, almost. So he seems like he's got the most information, and maybe we should try to wait to talk to him. But let's start by doing this house to see if we discover a new location that we might want to search and stuff. All right, so we're going to do this. Examine the house visited by the Wraith. There's the picture of the Wraith. We don't know if the Wraith is the... Presumably the Wraith isn't going to be the evil necromancer, right? Restless spirit. It's almost as if maybe it's come back to try to find its dad or something. All right, 49. Oh, look where it went, into the abandoned houses. Very intriguing. Oh, look what we found. The house was no different from its neighbors. The same dusty rooms, same disarray on the shelves. There were no traces of blood here, but we found something more troubling. Sorry, time went by. 9 a.m. A big oak chest stood by the wall, empty, but nonetheless exceptionally heavy. Underneath it was a trap door leading to a cellar. Human remains, decayed over the years, lay on the earthen floor. Judging by the size of the bones and the clothing, they belonged to a young girl of maybe 12 or 14. Next to the bones were an empty flask, a strip of cloth wrapped around some dry breadcrumbs, and a purse with copper coins. Someone was hiding her here. She had some food and water, it seems, but her supplies quickly ran out. A terrible death, and the coins. This must have been her family fortune. Look here, see, she was lame. The left hip here, the magician pointed out, the femur is deformed. It's shorter than the right one. Why was it why the family hid her? They were afraid if someone would come for her? We removed the remains from the cellar and buried them in the backyard, marking the grave with a small boulder. Whoever the girl was, we could only hope her spirit would find peace. We couldn't be sure it was a result of our actions, but the magician reported feeling renewed strength. Replenish 1 spend mental strength token and add 2 coins. So, is it trying to tell us that we don't get this now because we didn't spend it? I think, you know, there's certain games that you have enough trust in the designer and stuff like that. Yeah, here's how I think we're gonna house rule that. Then there's certain games you're like, no, we don't trust it, and the game only lasts for a short time. We're gonna try to squeeze out some enjoyment out of it. So here's how I think we can do this. I think you're gonna predict what I'm gonna say. I think what we can do is we can rule that we get it, but we have to use it immediately to have this ritual. That would be the compromise. That we're gonna get it, but we're just gonna use it right up for this, or we're going to use our existing one up, and then we're going to get a new one. Jonathan says okay with this. All right, so he gave us the coins, which we now have money to buy things, which we're going to do. But we're going to now do this ritual that's very ill-advised, but at least it's sort of free. And we're in the abandoned houses, so maybe now that she's safe, it's safe to do it. Here we go. Ready? Gulp. Against the advice. It was more than likely that whoever had spilled blood here was already dead. We needed to understand what had occurred, so we insisted on the ritual. The magician found a place in the center of the house and entered a trance. Minutes passed, but nothing happened until his eyes suddenly opened with an animal look in them. It was obvious that something had gone wrong. The magician spoke in a low, inhuman voice, his speech alien to us. Arkshaz. We froze, not knowing what to do. Arkshaz. Vihadua. Aramina dua boschas. Who are you, spirit? One of us asks, breaking the silence. Shazni Kopiana. With these words, the magician closed his eyes again and collapsed. We rushed toward him, but when we reached him, he was already unconscious. It was painful, like being burned inside out. Letting in an alien spirit always brings so much suffering. It says, take a wound token. Remember, it says, anytime... Oh no, if it instructs you to spend combat, you take if you don't have a combat. So we take a wound. Oh, there are tokens for it. So we're taking a wound. This is just going to give us fatigue every morning, I guess. It's pretty painful. And time passed. So that was really not good. We should have listened to him. The only thing that happened is we got mention of these creatures. So we do have some feeling that like it's related to these elite Bashtas forces, beastmen. But that was not very fun. We lost a mental thing. I don't know how I feel about that. He said don't do it, and we did it. I guess we shouldn't be surprised. But, alright. The blood of another mage. Huh. Alright. Well, let's put these aside. We examined the house visited by the Wraith. Okay, it was an abandoned house. These are all done. Alright. Well, we've got a wound that the mentalist got. He said he didn't want to do it. Alright. Well, we've got some searches left. We haven't yet searched the abandoned houses, but we found that room. I don't feel like there's much more to search there. Oh, we want to go to the center of the village to find where it's coming from. I think it's time to go to the village. Or try to talk to... Oh, let's pay a coin to Caton, right? Let's pay a coin. Since now we're flush with money, let's do that. Okay. So, we're going to go to the hunting cabin and pay him a coin for more information. So, I'm spending a coin to flip this over. Time passes, unfortunately. We lay a hefty silver coin on the table with obvious intent. We want to understand what's going on here. We're willing to pay for information we can use. Caton looks at us doubtfully, then took the coin and tucked it in a leather pouch. Well, I might have the information you're looking for. I don't know what's going on here, but I'll tell you this. I can no longer recognize anyone I knew from before the war. And it's not that they look different now. It's about how they act. This obsession with order and perfection. There was nothing like that before the war. People lived like normal people do. And where are the older villagers? I know for a fact that many of them survived the war and returned here with their children. Yet they aren't here anymore. And there are no gravestones for them in the cemetery. No one ever visits the cemetery anymore. Before the war, when I used to visit my ancestors' graves with my parents, I'd see lots of villagers there. And what about that tar-black smoke from the smithy? It doesn't stop for a moment, even at night. We asked Caden whether he knew anything about the recent visitors we were looking for. Reveal card 44. So the smithy, huh? Sounds like something's going on in that smithy. Okay, here's the hunting cabin. There's a picture of it. A deer head in front. Right. Some people came to me like you did with questions about the village. 3 of them together. I told them everything I told you. Later on, I met one of them at the market square. He was selling his sword and bow. Haven't seen any of them since. Then, about 3 weeks ago, another man in a black coat came by my cabin. Asked questions about the first 3 men and about the village, like you did. Paid me too, in silver. Did he introduce himself? How did he look? Caden paused to think. Gideon was his name. Medium height, plain looks, 30 years old, maybe 40 or even 50. I can't recall. To be honest, even though he came more than once, first with his questions. It's as if he's putting a spell so people don't recognize him. First with his questions, then later he was looking for clean rags and bandages, but I had none. He was tending to someone, from what I could gather. Later still, I sold him traveling supplies for 3 people for a week and a half. Said he was heading for Fort Bearclaw. Even had the fort's sigil on his clothing. For 3 men? Who was traveling with him? That I don't know. And where did he stay in Rotwood? I can't tell you that either. I honestly have no idea. Caden didn't have anything else to tell us, so we bade him for farewell and left. Okay. Well, it looks like Jonathan's theory might have been correct. That that Gideon did recover our men and got traveling supplies, and maybe they've left. I think maybe Gideon. Oh no, but well, Gideon is still there. Well, not necessarily. Someone came out of the graveyard, but we assumed it was Gideon. But the note was from Gideon. The guy in the graveyard thing might not be, though. Sold him traveling supplies. Does he say when this happened? Let's see. Later on, I met one of them at the market square, selling his bow. Okay, how do you look? He does say, look, haven't seen any of them since then, about 3 weeks ago. Another man in a black coat came by my cabin. Okay, that's important. So 3 weeks ago, Gideon comes by hunting cabin. So I think our guys are all gone. I think Gideon has rescued them. What do you think about that? Sounds like 3 weeks ago he rescued them. This guy, Gideon. Sold him traveling supplies for 3 people for a week and a half. So I think Gideon has rescued them. They're like mages that live in this town. Anna says Gideon was in a black coat. This one guy's in a gray coat. Or vice versa. Okay, let's see. How did he look? Gideon was his name. Medium height, plain looks. Medium height, plain looks. $30 to 50 years old. Where do we get this gray black thing? Another man in a black coat came by my cabin, asked questions about the first 3 men, paid me in silver. Okay, black coat. That's Gideon. Alright, black coat. Now let's find where we saw the man. We snuck around. He says, to my surprise, a man of about 50 emerged and walked off into the woods. He would not return. I carefully returned the cash and left the house just in time as the man in gray returned from his errand and entered the shack. Very subtle observation by Anna. That Gideon has a black coat, according to the hunting cabin guy. And then it looks like maybe the graveyard guy has a gray coat. I mean, if these were real witnesses, you might just chalk that up to someone describing something as gray, someone describing it as black. But it could be a clue that there's someone else, not Gideon. Let's catch up on the chat here. There would be 4, including the previous agents and Gideon. Only 3 men worth of supplies brought. Gideon already had his own, or did one stay behind? Yes. Gideon wrote to Greycoat a message. I see. I see what you're saying. Gideon is not the person in the graveyard shack is not Gideon. It was the person who received the note from Gideon. I think we're going to have to go to that graveyard shack. I think that makes the most sense to me. So in fact, let's do that now. Let's see if we can't clear this up. It could be the necromancer, but whatever it is, we got to talk to this person at the graveyard shack. So we're going to try waiting for the owner of the shack. I hope it doesn't eat up too much time. I don't like the idea of waiting, but it feels like this is a key part. Like this would be the natural place for us to go. So I'm going to wait for the owner of the shack, which is card 19. Let's see what happens. So 2 clicks tick by. Whoa, look at that. It's 1 p.m. It says if you don't have revealed the keyword feather, remove this card from play and reveal card 23. That doesn't sound good. Someone was, we don't have the keyword feather, right? Someone was obviously living in the old shack. We decided to conceal ourselves and wait for whoever it was to return. We found a good vantage point that gave us a view of both the house and the trail leading to it. Sometime later, much to our surprise, we noticed a silhouette moving inside the house. Someone was peeking outside while trying to remain unseen. We left our hiding spot and knocked on the door. "We know you're inside. We just want to talk." The house was quiet for a long time. We knocked again, harder this time, and heard footsteps from inside the house. The door bolt was loudly unlocked, and a man of about 50 appeared in front of us. He was wearing an old gray canvas robe with a linen rope for a belt. His pale face was scarred, and his eyes betrayed his unease. For a brief moment, a black coat sleeve showed underneath the robe. But the man pulled down his sleeve before we could see the embroidery. "You're not from here, are you?" His voice sounded firm. "What is it you want?" "We just want to ask you a few questions about Rotwood. Have you been living here long?" The man introduced himself as Gathagor and shook his head. "I've only been here for 2 days. Was heading for the Three Fang area, but sprained my ankle. Decided to rest a little without bothering anyone with my grubby looks, so I picked this empty house. Are you locals? If you need anything, go ahead and take it. I didn't touch a thing here." The man turned around and strode back inside. We decided to accept the invitation and took a look around. Aside from an old wooden bed, there was a wooden table and a couple of half-empty shelves near the stone hearth. There were a few old plates and wooden bowls on the shelves, but nothing else. "Have you noticed anything strange going on in Rotwood?" we asked Gathagor. "Strange? Nothing too strange, I guess. No different from other villages. The people are nice." "So why didn't you open the door right away if the people are nice?" we asked suspiciously. "How do I know who's out there? What if it's someone not that nice? I just wasn't sure," he replied, giving us a tight smile. We couldn't immediately see anything out of the ordinary, and carrying out a more vigorous search right then seemed like a poor idea, given Gathagor was watching every step we took. We bade him goodbye and left, closing the door behind us. Well, that was disappointing, especially given that it was like if you have the feather, you're going to get some great card. So Gathagor is in the gray coat at graveyard, but he has a black coat underneath. You think Gideon was writing to him, huh? So let's see, if we look at the note we found when we searched the place. A hidden cache, scrolls, quills, ink, a note from someone named Gideon, a hand-drawn map of Rotwood. Just in time, the man in gray returns from his errand. And maybe he was hiding his stuff. Why did he write a note to himself signed Gideon, if he's Gideon? We could raid him, Jonathan says. Boy, that's interesting. It feels like we should maybe leave our one raid till the end, but I wouldn't be against raiding that area at the end. It does seem like maybe Gideon and this guy Gathagor, they're both G's. Maybe we got a couple options, but it kind of feels like they're all, maybe there's some good mages trying to rescue this village, and it feels like the evil necromancer is probably at the center of that circle. So I don't think this guy is the evil guy. I would be more inclined to believe that this guy is part of the good guys that worked with Gideon. We haven't surveilled the graveyard, but it feels like we got most of what we know there, although the smithy is the one that's been running constantly, right? It's mentioned by the someone. We could wait for the blacksmith. I think we want to search and surveil. You can't do both, right? What's the FAQ on that? Is it possible to perform several actions at the same time? They can be taken at the same time. You can't raid if any of your characters are face down. What was the rule? I don't think you can. You can't search and surveil at the same place, but why wouldn't you be able to do that? Anna says, Gideon said Vickle will know you by your scar. And this Gathagor had a scar. Well, you guys are just very observant. I don't know what I would do without you. Let's see. He was wearing an old gray canvas robe with a linen rope for a belt. His pale face was scarred, and his eyes betrayed his unease. Okay. Well, that's a super key observation that Anna just had. So he was scarred. So that really answers our question. It means Gideon did write him a note. He is the person who was meant to receive it, and that means that he's one of our good guys. Where was the note? Here. Don't go to the dugout. Vikel hasn't recognized me yet. He thinks I'm acting alone. Let him think that. He surely know you by your scar. Don't go to the dugout. Vikel hasn't recognized me yet. So I guess that means Vikel is hanging out at the dugout. And he's saying to this guy, Gathagar, don't go to the dugout because Vikel will know you by your scar. He's recovered, but he's still weak, so I need your help. I need you to carry some skeletons to a place nearby for a ritual. Keep the villagers occupied long enough for the mage and I to grab his friend. Okay, so I think they might be in the village. So I think we're going to have to push our way into the village, but we should probably... Yeah. So the center of this is the market square, so maybe we should be searching and surveilling in the market square, or the blacksmith. I think that would be a good thing to start. I think maybe we should do those now. So that we have a chance to investigate them. Visit the market. I think it's time to visit the market. But I just wonder if we shouldn't surveil, do something with the blacksmith place yet. Like, it feels like the blacksmith is doing something illegal. There's a ladder up there to the roof too. Have you noticed that? So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start someone searching the smithy right now. 1, 2, 3, 4 p.m. So we have time to do something about it later. We're going to search the smithy. Okay, so we can't wait for the blacksmith while we're searching it, but we can go to the village. Waiting for someone seems to take 2 clicks of a clock too, which I don't love. All right, let's go to the market 14. So time clicks by. We took a look around. There were several traders at their stalls. A group of villagers wandered from one stall to another in a leisurely manner. Our attention was briefly piqued by 2 women we overheard discussing an attack of the dead 2 weeks prior. But as soon as they noticed us eavesdropping, they went quickly and quickly left. A stall selling a wide selection of goods caught our eye. To our surprise, the merchant was displaying a master-crafted gnome steel short sword with an ornate handle, an item far rarer and more precious than we would expect to find in a remote village such as this. We know this belongs to one of our 3 people. Where did this masterpiece come from? We asked the merchant. One of the newcomers sold it, together with his bow and his arrows. Cress was his name, I think. Do you want to buy it? I can go as low as 3 silver coins, practically a steal. Could we maybe talk to this Cress first? Well, you could, had you arrived a few weeks ago. He vanished around then. Vanished? Well, around that time, the merchant began, then bit his tongue. You better ask the village elder. I don't really know anything. Flip this card. Remember, the village elder is where the center of the stuff is happening. It says centered around the village elder. Flip this card. You mentioned the newcomer sold you his bow and... Wait, I'm supposed to flip it, right? Yeah. You mentioned the newcomer sold you his bow and arrows as well. Where are they? The blacksmith bought the bow. I gave him the arrows too. They had no tips, so I wouldn't have sold them anytime soon. Despite our efforts, the merchant refused to discuss the sold weaponry in more detail, claiming he was too tired to remember. He was still willing to sell us the sword for 3 silver coins. Though before we left, we asked the merchant to point us to the elder's house, which he promptly did. Flip card 26 so that 26B is revealed. And then we can either visit the elder's house, approach the villagers, or spend money to buy the sword. Now, how is this sword described to us? There's the bow that got sold. Where are we told about the sword? I know we're told about it somewhere. But is there any reason why we need this sword? Let's flip this over. Okay, so there's the elder's house, though. This is huge. There's the elder's house. The center of the village where all the bad stuff is happening. All right, approach the villagers, visit the elder's house. Well, we're going to have to visit the elder's house, but what I'm thinking is, do you think this blade was feather? I mean, I think we heard about this blade before, right? Let's read this again. It's Cress's blade. Master crafted gnome steel short sword with an ornate handle. Rarer and more precious. I mean, I'm not spending my money on this unless there's some reason to believe it's like some magic thing. Our instructions are shed light on the fate of missing agents. We think they were that they were rescued by Gideon, and he told us, one of the people told us where they were headed, right? So we kind of know where we think they went, but we don't know if all three of them made it out. If there's an anomalous influence, identify its nature and its source. So we think we might know the source now. But now, where is the talk about this blade? There's a battle against the things. Best equipped. He's in love. I know we heard about that sword somewhere. I'm not sure where. All right, let's visit the elder's house. The sooner we visit it there, the more we can... the sooner we can search and surveil it. Jonathan has an interesting point. I wonder if the sword was named Feather and having it would have made the person at the graveyard trust us. It's an interesting idea. Kind of feather like needle like in Game of Thrones. But okay, let's visit the elder's house. I think this could be the necromancer, but let's see if we can get a read off this guy. 21. He's not going to kill us if he doesn't know who we are. The elder's house. 2 time clicks go by. So actually, after 2 time clicks, our search of the smithy triggers. So let's do that first. So search in 5. See what we find at the smithies. The smith often left the building, locking the heavy door behind him. All I had to do was wait until he left again. When he did, I took out my lockpick set, picked the large padlock, and snuck inside. The smithy was unexpectedly tidy. The stone floor was swept clean. All items were placed on shelves in an orderly fashion. Even the anvil looked polished and smooth, as if no one had been working. The anvil looked polished and smooth, as if no one had been working there at all. Still, there was a fire in the forge. 2 unfinished iron arrowheads were left on the bench, as if the smith had been working on them before leaving. Why would he even need such things? I carefully examined the shelves, hoping to find some possessions of the missing agents. However, there was nothing but old scrap metal waiting to be reforged. Then I took a poker and sifted through the embers in the forge, hoping to understand the nature of its thick black smoke. The answer soon came to light. There were human bones among the embers. Taken aback, I quickly made my escape. It seemed that a situation was more dire than we initially expected, and I couldn't risk being discovered. So human remains are being burned 24 hours a day at the smithy. Creepy. All right, here we go. Elder's house. 2 time clicks did, which I did. It's now 4 p.m. That's what triggered that. Here we go. The elder's house stood near the market square on the side facing the lake. It had a clear view of the boarded up houses on the opposite shore. That's the abandoned houses, I guess. The smithy, instantly recognizable by the pillar of black smoke, was also visible from the road. Reveal card 29 and add it to your map. Well, that we already have. The elder's house looked as clean and well maintained as any other house in Rotwood. The house was neatly swept, the fence was neatly painted, the grass was neatly cut, and the hedge was neatly trimmed. We approached the front door. Our knocking was answered by a thin old man. He looked tired. Bags under his eyes betrayed a lack of sleep, and his hand gestures were full of anxiety. Good day to you. Oh, we say this. Good day to you, we greeted the elder. Do you have a moment for visitors? The village elder looked us over suspiciously, stepped outside, and closed the door. He introduced himself as Grigor. What can I do for you? We introduced ourselves as drifters looking for a place to settle down. Good, don't tell him the truth. We claimed we had some military experience from serving the neighborhood princedom and were no strangers to weapons and fighting. We don't have much use for weapons here, Gregor squinted, as we're all but farmers and craftsmen. Mean no harm to anyone. If you want a place to settle, there are plenty of houses there across the lake. We'll only be glad if someone takes them and cleans them up. He waved towards the boarded-up houses. Why are those houses empty? The way your village looks, anybody would be proud to settle here. It's a small miracle there's vacant housing. We weren't on the best terms with the people who lived there before. Some were work-shy, some were slobs. They all, he paused to think, they all up and left to try their luck elsewhere. The elder's words rang false, even ominous. How long has it been since anyone lived there? Oh, it's been a while since anyone stayed there long. Actually, I have things to do. The elder moved to close the door. Reveal card 22. He tried to close the door, but we stopped him. Grigor, wait! We held the door as he was about to close it. What was that story from 2 weeks ago? The one there are all kinds of rumors about. I don't know what you're talking about. People say the dead attacked the village or something like that. Grigor opened the door wide and looked at us with both fear and anger in his eyes. Dead? What dead? He muttered. Who told you this? He clutched at his heart. We heard some people mention it. Some said they were afraid it would happen again. It will not. Those were strangers no one knew. All our dead are in peace. Well, where did they come from? From the west, if I'm not mistaken. Now leave and forget about it. It never happened and will never happen again. With these words, Grigor slammed the door in our faces. Then we can visit the smithy, which we already have done. So we're done with the elder's house. Oh, and there's his house. All right, well, we know we're going to do something here. But the question is, what do you want to do? We can surveil it or we can search it. We have one of each. At the elder's house. What is the chat feeling like? Surveil or search? John says, important point. This necromancer might have just been involved in the distraction. We might be dealing with a different kind of evil wizard. The necromancer might have actually been on our side. Well, no, because look, here's the note that Gideon wrote. And Gideon is talking about trying to understand this phenomena going on. So I don't think... It says, mill, graveyard, and hunting cabin are outside the sphere of influence, centered on the elder's house. If he's inside the house, the elder could be long dead. New information. Abandoned houses are in range, but not affected. Think I know what weakens the influence. In fact, I'll tell you what. Oh no, that's Gideon writing this. Can we look at the handwriting? Does this match one of the people writing? Let's just make sure that Gideon isn't writing any of these reports. Does it look like it's this handwriting? Not exactly. But anyway, I don't think the elder and the necromancer are the good people. The note doesn't mention the necromancer, just this magic. It's true. Where did we read about the necromancer? But whatever this evil thing, I think it's centered at the elder's house. So I mean, I think the elder's bad, but I get your point about the necromancer being maybe the good guys. I don't remember where we read about the necromancer. Seems like when we read about the necromancer, it was pretty clearly describing it as a bad creature. I think Gideon and Gothagar raised the dead to distract the villagers and grab Mogarian and Crest. Yes, I agree with that. Let's write down who the elder says he is. Elder. It's interesting that it's another G. Grigor. Like they're all named G's. Grigor, Gideon, Gathagar. All right, but let's get practical here. Are we going to search or surveil this place? We might have time to do both if we take a fatigue, and I think that might be the right thing to do. All right, let's search it first, and then if we go to sleep at 7 p.m., we'll be able to surveil it as well if we want. All right, so we're going to start a search of the elder's house, which puts us a search token at 7 p.m. I'm liking this. All right. What can we do next? The villagers are going to talk about the raising the dead. We don't care about that. We haven't been to the inn yet. I feel like they're just going to tell us about the undead coming and rumors of our people. That's not very useful. And the blacksmith is burning dead bodies. That's not very useful either. If we visit the inn, we might be able to sleep there. Although I guess we can always sleep in the camp. I think maybe we should visit the inn. Let's see, what are our choices here? We can surveil a place other than the elder's house, but my inclination is to surveil the elder's house before we go to sleep. Stroll through the village and try to come up with a plan. That almost sounds like it wants us to do that. We could buy the blade. If we buy the... Yeah, we have our own weapons. We have our own weapons. We don't need to buy this fancy blade. That's ridiculous. I think we should go to the inn. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the inn. The inn is... Visit the inn and pay attention to local rumors. I don't love the idea of that, but where else should we go? Let's see. Okay. We can enter the village and look around. We can visit the inn. We can skirt the village. We did that. We did all that. We can wait for the blacksmith. Okay, we could wait for the blacksmith, but wait is the thing I don't want to do. Wait takes a long time. All right, let's go to the inn. I think the inn. Visit the inn, pay attention to local rumors. 9. We said we are going to play this a little fast and loose, so that's what we're doing. Going to 9. All right, let's do this, then I'll get back to questions in the chat. The inn sported a time passes. The inn sported a colorful sign with a picture of a bird and the name The Feisty Canary. The building was recognizable from afar due to its lavish 3-story high pointed roof. The interior exceeded our expectations as well. For a backwoods village inn, the place was exceptionally clean and well maintained. Even the wooden mugs engraved with the canary image were lined up perfectly on the shelves. The innkeep looked somewhat weary, but was nevertheless constantly cleaning, washing, and cooking. The young waitress was also keeping herself busy, swiftly shuttling there and back between the tables. 2 groups of men were occupying the tables in the large hall. One group conducted a loud and light-hearted conversation, while the others spoke together in hushed tones. We took our seats at a table near the quiet bunch and tried to catch bits of their conversation. The chief's getting worse. Time for a celebration. The blacksmith, he's already prepared. Bo, we could 2 birds with 1 stone. Like it was a hunter. We can try to talk to the locals. We can stay for the night, spend a coin, get a good night's sleep, or we can talk to the innkeep. The chief's getting worse. Time for a celebration. So they do some sort of celebration that keeps this old guy alive, the elder or something. The blacksmith's prepared to burn bodies. And then Bo, we could 2 birds with 1 stone. Don't know what that's about. Could kill someone and then they'd be able to sacrifice his body or something. I do think we should sleep here and spend a coin. That gets us extra time if it's the same thing as last time. The mug was from here that contained the fungal smelling poison for Vickle. That's right. So that means the logical thing would be to talk to the innkeep about the poison cup, maybe. Okay, let's flip it over. Okay, another time passes. 6 p.m. We approached the counter, greeted the innkeep, who introduced himself as Tormund, and asked him to fill our mugs with fresh mead, but not the poisonous stuff. We casually inquired how a village that was suffering from poverty not so long ago could become so prosperous. Tormund replied that it was due to the efforts of the village elder, Grigor. It was his guidance that had brought such prosperity, beginning about 2 years ago. The changes had affected every villager. We asked where the village elder lived, and Tormund told us it was by the market square. He said we should ask anyone in the vicinity of the square, and we would be immediately directed to the elder's house. We cautiously asked whether the innkeep knew anything about any recent visitors to the village. Tormund answered that a few months ago he had seen 2 messengers in black coats with Fort Bearclaw sigils. This is our 2, Gideon and his friend Garathan or whatever, Gideon and Gathagar, these are the good guys from Fort Bearclaw. The men claimed they were looking for talented swordsmen and archers for a tournament that was supposed to take place in 2 weeks near the fort. One of them had a scar on his face, that Gathagar. We asked whether Tormund could remember anyone else, but he just shook his head. However, it was obvious that he was keeping quiet about something, and even our offer of money couldn't change his mind. Do you have any idea about where the family was with the daughter that one of our agents wanted to marry? That's a great question. That's a very good question. Well, he said farmers tilling the land. And we did see some women at the windmill. We could take a stroll through the village to try to come up with a plan. Maybe we'd run into the women that he talked to, that he was in love with. I think they're escaped, though. And it's all about the village elder at this point. Let's make sure we're not missing anything important. We could, let's go through our actions again. Camp at the campground, enter the village and look around. We did that, right? We did enter the village and look around. Did we not? I'm not sure we did enter the village and look around. It sure seems like we've been looking around. Oh, yes, we did. Okay, that's 8. Visit the windmill. Skirt the village. We did this. Okay, so we did that. We didn't wait for the blacksmith, but we know what he's doing. He's involved in some messed up stuff. There's old bloodstains, new bloodstains. Spend the night. Jonathan says, do we know why the old section is not under the spell? Was it just the ghost? That's how I read it. So in Gideon's notes, he says, the abandoned house is in range but not affected. Think I know what weakens the influence. I'm thinking it's that wraith. That's what I'm thinking. That girl is like a powerful, she had magical powers, and so she's haunting the place. Couldn't swear on it, but I think that's the explanation for that. Okay, the smithy is helping them burn the dead bodies. So I don't feel like there's much more needed there. The old bloodstains we haven't searched, but I'm not sure how they will help us much. The market we've been to. We haven't taken a stroll through the village to try to come up with a plan, though. We did wait for the owner of the shack. I feel like we did. Was that the one that wanted the feather? Yes. Okay, so we visited the owner of the shack, so we've actually finished this. We haven't tried to talk to the locals. We haven't visited the smithy. Or yes, we have visited the smithy. That's from the elder's house, trying to discard us. Okay, we could buy the sword or approach the villagers. We examined the graveyard, we visited the hunting cabin, we visited the abandoned houses, we visited the smithy, and we visited the dugout. So there's not much left for us to do here. So do you want to? In one time step, we're going to get our search of the elder's house, and then we're going to be able to surveil it. So we just need to do one more thing before we have stuff to do. Here are some choices. Approach the villagers, talk to the locals at the inn, or take a stroll through the village to try to come up with a plan. Stroll through the village, come up with a plan. Approach the villagers, or talk to the locals at the inn. It's a little weird that this one says the market square. Let me see. The part where it says talk to the villagers is the villagers. There are several traders. A group of villagers wandered from one stall to another in a leisurely manner. Our attention was briefly piqued by two women whom we overheard discussing an attack of the dead 2 weeks prior. But as soon as they noticed us eavesdropping, they went quiet and quickly left. So the only reason to talk to them is that it's, I mean, we kind of know about the attack of the dead, but maybe those two women are the women he was in love with? I don't know. Didn't say anything that they were that they were beautiful. All right, what's a choice? Talk to locals. Jonathan and Anna saying something. John says, just to clarify, Anna, do you think they tried to poison Michael at the abandoned house and that's why he was talked about as weak in Gideon's note? That's what I do think they tried to poison him. They tried to poison him and they did poison him. That's why he was going crazy and losing his mind. So then, if that's true, maybe we should talk to the locals at the inn. They might have some scuttlebutt on the inn being where people would be poisoned, and maybe we don't want to sleep at the inn now. Let's talk to the locals at the inn. Let's do that. That's 10. Okay, so time passes. So before we do the locals at the inn, we're going to resolve a search at the elder's house. What? Oh yeah, 10. Okay, sorry. All right, here we go. Search of the elder's house. Let's see what it reveals. Oh, this is really painful. It says we're gonna have to talk about this, what we want to do here. So here's the elder's house. The elder seldom left his home, but I got lucky. One of the villagers arrived and took him off somewhere on village business. I stealthily made my way inside and began my search. The house was immaculate, a testament to its owner's maniacal craving for order. Every object was perfectly aligned with its neighbors. The wooden bowls were nailed to the table, which was in turn nailed to the floor. I took special care to return each object I examined to its original place as I searched the house. Soon my search bore fruit. In one of the drawers I found a heap of faded scrolls. Several maps of Rotwood and its surroundings. One map showed a trail to the iron mine, while another showed some kind of dugout in the woods with landmarks for finding the path there. There was also an army map showing the positions of enemy units and their expected movements. The author had marked a good place for an ambush. I had no time to examine or copy the maps. I could just take them, but if I did, the elder would certainly notice their absence. when he returned and resumed cleaning his house. There wasn't much he'd be able to do about it, but we'd need to avoid him going forward. Would the maps be useful enough to risk it? Available actions. This action becomes unavailable if not used right now. Steal the maps. Oh, I see. Okay. I thought it was saying we needed to spend a search token. And I thought, well, we have no search token yet, but it's not saying that. It's just saying we can steal the maps right now. So, is there any universe where we don't steal these maps? I don't see it. Whoa, Anna's saying something interesting. The two men in black are against Vikul, but attempting to rescue the other two. Is that really true? I've just read it that they thought he was kind of crazy and they didn't want to be recognized, but you might be right. Anyway, we're going to steal these maps. So let's do that right now. There's no world in which we don't steal these maps. All right, here we go. I thought hard and decided to take the maps. I did my best to cover my tracks, but I was sure the theft would be discovered soon enough. It was best to avoid this place in the future. Place a raid token from the supply on the elder's house. Oh, we can't raid it. That's unfortunate. I wanted to raid it. Still, this gave us a chance to find the places marked at those old maps. We can find the old mine, find the battlegrounds, or follow the landmarks to the dugout in the wood. That's pretty amazing. Okay, so that was the elder's house, and we finished that. And we've got new places to go now. And we can no longer raid the elder's house, which would be another way you could get the map. That's kind of useful, though, because now we won't waste time raiding it for no reason. Jonathan says, I wonder if those Bear Claw men might be part of some third party. Maybe they want our agents, but not necessarily on our side. So maybe they rescued our agents just to take them for their ends. It's possible. All right, now we're talking to the people at the inn. Now we can finish up our action. It's now 7 p.m., by the way. It's time to go to sleep. So let's finish up our action at the inn. We joined the merry crowd and started asking them about life in the village and the source of their prosperity. Got rid of all the freeloaders and life got better immediately. The man who'd spoken paused for a hiccup, while the others around him frowned. Seeing the reaction, he suddenly corrected himself. Everyone who didn't want to work just went off and left. That's what I meant. Then he quickly changed the subject. There was a cracked board in some fence that needed immediate tending to. This seemed to cause genuine uproar around the group, which we found a bit puzzling given it was such a minor issue. So it looks like they're killing off the people who aren't working hard. So everyone's working really hard to stay busy and look busy, so they won't be picked to sacrifice. We asked whether the men knew anything about recent visitors. Yeah, right. There was this fellow. No teeth, no eye. Boy, did we have a celebration in the empty houses back then. The man laughed loudly. This time his comrades pushed him away from the table and started dragging him away. What the? The obviously drunk man blurted, What did I say? All three of them went and disappeared somehow. Maybe the dead took them when they attacked. Who cares anyway? The other men tried to muffle him. One of them feigned a smile at us. You know, friends, there's always so much work to do and so little time. Take care. Then the whole bunch left the inn, leaving only us and the quiet, somber group at the other table. Now, action becomes unavailable if not used right now. Stop by the other table. The only problem is it's nighttime. We're going to start eating into our third day, but it seems like we probably should do this, right? Yeah, I don't think there's that much else for us to do on the next day. I mean, we are going to go to the battlegrounds in the old mine, but I think we should do it. So let's do it. Oh, look, it didn't take up time at all. That's nice. Somewhat baffled by the sudden departure of the first group, we approached the second table, where several men were having a quiet conversation. It seemed unlikely that our inquiries would raise their suspicions. We greeted the men and introduced ourselves. It seems our company has left us. Would you mind telling us more about your beautiful village? The men said nothing for a time, then stood up and headed towards the doors too. We prefer our own company, muttered one of them in an unfriendly fashion. Yeah, not everyone deserves our company. The other sized us up unceremoniously. Don't suffer no inept idiots here. We send 'em and the old geezers to the place you don't get back from. Maybe the mines or the battlefield. We barely stopped ourselves from making the ruffians choke on their words, but it would have been detrimental to our investigation. Reason won out, and we left the inn without saying another word. It's not looking as idyllic as it seemed before, one of us concluded as we stepped outside. All right. So it's 7 p.m. I think the thing to do is use our last surveillance token before we go to sleep. There's only one problem. We think it should be the old mine or the battlegrounds, and those aren't places we can go. So I guess we should do the elder's house. It's either the elder's house or the smithy or the inn. But I think it should be the elder's house. Jonathan says, it sounds like the M agent, the missing teeth, might be dead. Based on this celebration they said that they had. You don't think they're all We asked for the men knew anything about recent visitors. Yeah, right, there was this fellow, no teeth, no eye. Boy, did we have a celebration in the empty houses back then. Yeah, maybe they killed him in the empty houses, yeah. All right, so since we're getting the surveillance back, I think we might as well surveil the elder. That's the last... That seems to be the center of where... It's actually not where the necromancer... Doesn't seem to be the necromancer, but I don't know who else we would surveil. I guess if we surveilled the smithy, we might find him bodies being brought in from the mine or the battlegrounds. So maybe we should surveil the smithy instead. What's it going to be? Smithy or elder's house that we surveil right before we go to sleep? Anna or Jonathan, smithy or elder's house? And then we'll go to sleep and we'll take a break and come back for our final third day. Wow, we have not been able to use magic yet. I hope we get a chance to use it. Except for the ritual. That was ill-advised. Elder, says Anna. Done. Okay, so now we're going to go to sleep. We're going to sleep in the inn and spend a coin, even though it sounds like it's scary, but I think that's the right thing to do. So we're going to spend a coin to get card 50. As soon as we do, we trigger our surveillance of the Elder's house. That goes there. This one was here. It triggers, it goes away. Surveillance 10. The Elder's house was located in the center of the village, which made our job more complicated. There were people coming and going all the time. I wanted to avoid suspicion, so I had to conduct my surveillance from an open position, acting as if I was just walking idly by. That was our spy. We turned him into surveillance. The Elder was working in the garden, pulling out weeds. Soon 3 men came to his house and called him from the street. The Elder washed his hands and met them out front. At first I couldn't hear their hushed conversation, but then the Elder raised his voice. "Everything's all right, I tell you." The men muttered something in response, but he loudly told them to go to hell and return to his garden chores. As the men passed me by the street, I overheard bits of their conversation. Completely. "What did I tell you? That's why Gaffar... I still don't get why he can't... Smarter. Like we... Caton. 2 birds with 1 stone." Interesting, 2 birds with 1 stone. We've heard that before. There is the canary. In is a bird. Smarter, like we... Caton. Caton was the hunter. And Gaffar. Who's Gaffar? The Elder is Grigor. Gathagar and Gideon. We don't know a Gaffar. We don't know a Gaffar, another G. Alright, well that wasn't very useful. Now it's time to sleep. We dined at the inn and went to our room to rest. The innkeep offered us a second room, but we assured him we were comfortable together. Replenish all of our search and surveillance tokens. So we've got 2 search, 1 surveillance. Count up your fatigue. Add 1 fatigue for each red bar and 1 for each wound. So we've got 1 for it being 7 and 1 for a wound. So that's 2. Set the current time to 6 a.m. on the 3rd day. Now, we can take a night action on any card in play. We only have 1 night action. It's on this card. We can either send someone to watch the village or raid the inn under the cover of darkness. Causes fatigue and may take some time. I think we should probably watch the village. Anna says the Elder doesn't seem like a mage. I would agree with you. I don't think the Elder is the evil necromancer, if there is one. I agree. He's just the one that made the deal with the necromancer. I think the necromancer is going to live in the old mine. So the question is, do we want to waste the time to watch the village? I feel like we probably don't need these. But it seems like it's our second chance to watch the village. And Anna also says the villagers doesn't seem like they're under a spell, just in the conspiracy. Well, it's very similar to it's like the H.P. Lovecraft thing. They've made a deal with the devil to protect them and make them prosperous by sacrificing people. We've got our immediate question, though. Do we want to take an extra fatigue, a third fatigue, which would kick us to 9 a.m., in order to watch the village? What would we see? We could watch them. We could see them go to the old mine and the battle and the forest, but is that worth the time? I guess it is. It is worth the time. All right, so we're gonna send someone to the village and take a fatigue. So I'm spending that. For each fatigue, we move forward. 1, 2, 3. I'm not gonna spend anything to put it off. Remove this card from play. Put it on the deck. Oh, but we should have done it first. Send someone to watch the village, card 45. Okay, let's do that. Rotwood looked particularly sinister at night. The idyllic surroundings felt ominous. The streets were silent and empty. I slowly walked through the village, taking a look around. Reveal card 26 and add it to your map. Well, 26 is already out there. If there's a raid token on the smithy, remove this card from play, otherwise flip this card. I passed through the village, staying in the shadows. Soon I noticed movement. 5 men walked in silence, heading south. They approached one of the houses and stopped. A woman stepped out, holding some kind of vessel. She handed it to the men and said something. Then they all entered the house. A few minutes later, the men came back outside holding a body. I followed them as closely as I could and managed to catch bits of their conversation. I thought he was still tough. Nah, he was growing old, walked with a limp. And what about his back? The celebration was overdue. And listen, don't forget to return the mug. Oh, they killed the girl with the limp who had a deformity. They killed the guy, our guy, with the eyes and teeth missing. They're killing like the lame people. They're having them die. They're having them early death to celebrate. It's like the science fiction story. They're killing off the people who are less than healthy. The celebration was overdue, and listen, don't forget to return the mug. Tarmin nearly killed us when we lost one of his mugs back at the abandoned houses. Tarmin was the innkeeper, and the mug that they poison people and kill them with is from the inn, and they lost it at the abandoned house. That's the one we found with our guy. That's how they kill them. They poison them, kill them, and then they burn their bodies. The men carried the body to the smithy, which was still spewing black smoke despite the hour. The blacksmith met them at the door. He gave the men some instructions as they carried the body inside. I couldn't make out any words. The smith stayed outside watching the street while the men went in. Soon I heard dull thuds from the smithy, as if someone had decided to chop wood in the middle of the night. They're not chopping wood. After about an hour of this, the men exited the building and went to their homes. The smith was still outside, but luckily hadn't spotted me. After they left, he closed the heavy doors, locked them, and left as well. I approached the smithy to investigate, but the shutters were closed and bolted from the inside, so I couldn't see anything. I spent some more time wandering through the village, but saw nothing else of note. That's what we got when we snooped around the village. So I think we've gotten a good picture of what's going on. I'm not sure there's not an evil necromancer that they made the deal with. But here's the thing. So I think maybe Gideon left with them. Bulgarian died and was killed, and then Gideon rescued the two of them. That's why they needed 3 people, because Gideon went with them. All right. It's the next morning. We got to take a break. We'll come back in 8 minutes and do our final day of the game. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We're back here watching Co-op for Two. The chat has engaged in some interesting discussions here about sort of loose ends. In the middle of the circle was the Elder's house, right? I thought that was the source, maybe in the cellar, but now we can't go there. It's protecting the village, so it's an interesting question of whether the source is there or whether the source is somewhere else. John says, there seem to be some hints at the illusion being cast over the village to make it look nice, but also seems to make sense if everyone has to work to not be killed and keep tidy. Yeah, I don't see an illusion making it look nice. Everyone's trying to look busy so they don't get killed off and sacrificed. The village has to keep sacrificing people regularly, so whoever looks the most idle and incapable of work gets killed off. Banana says, it feels like we're missing a piece of the puzzle. John says, I think maybe they're trying to frame Caton for a crime or hunting accident. Anna says, why the tidiness? This is a strange beast who's very much of a neat freak, and why was everything nailed down at the Elder's house? It's a good question. That was weird. I wonder if that's going to get resolved, or if the Elder... Yeah, he was just obsessed with neatness, so he never wanted a bowl out of place or a table out of place, so that's how I read that. All right. I think there are still some mysteries, but I don't think we have to figure them out yet. I think we've got a pretty clear-cut course ahead of us to go and to investigate those other minefields in the battlefield. I do want to remind us how this game is supposed to end, though. We say we have two main objectives. The first was to determine the fate of the agents who had disappeared. So I think what we've concluded is that one was poisoned and killed and sacrificed and burned at the smithy. And then the other two were taken away to Fort Bearclaw by Gideon. And the one who died was the one who's got the eye patch and the teeth. So I figure out we know that. We know what we want to find out what befallen them, who had a hand in their disappearance. So we think it was the villagers and the elder and the smithy who arranged to have him killed, poisoned by the drink from the inn. When it reaches 6 p.m. on the third day, the investigation ends. Okay, but where was the thing telling us we needed to find the source and all that? I believe something else told us about finding the source. Let's find our letter. Remember, there was supposed to be this big battle of beastmen. Forest ambush. No other mention of the things. What was the thing telling us to find the source of the anomaly? Here it is. Your instructions. Sorry, they were sent for an investigation. Why? Because a small village came under our attention. Travelers claim it's one of the most beautiful and peaceful, wholesome places. Doesn't fit well with post-war hardships. Something anomalous is taking place. Such an anomaly would be of great interest to us. Okay, so they send a task force of 3 agents. They disappear. All right, your instructions are shed light on the fate of our missing agents, provide any assistance. If there's an anomalous influence, identify its nature and its source. To avoid potential exposure, you must leave Rotwood after a full 3 days. Okay. All right, so let's continue here. I think the thing to do is to go investigate the mine and the battlegrounds, which are these places here. Now, the only thing I want to remind you is that if we want to buy this knife, we have to do so now. Is there any reason why we think this knife is some special thing that will help us fight off people? I'm guessing that it will give us like combat or something. We only have 3 coins, so we would be spending all of our coins that we need for the next scenario. So I don't see how we could we're not going to do it just for the fun of it. So I don't think we're going to. So instead, here we go. We can find the old mine, find the battlegrounds. I think we should start with the battlegrounds 7. It's actually right up front here. Okay, so we went to the battlegrounds. Let's see what we've got. Doesn't take any time. We followed the military map northwest in search of the site where the battle happened more than 12 years ago. The map was somewhat vague, and searching for the exact location could take quite a while. We could also call on magic to help us, as many battle wizards took part in the fighting, which must have left a lasting impression on the astral plane. We can spend mental strength or take 2 time. All right, well, finally, we've got 2 of these. We should use one of these, don't you think? I mean, we might need these for our final battle. I'm going to use one of these. We still have 1 left. Okay, here we go. Time passes. It's 10 a.m. Even though the battle took place more than 12 years ago, the astral plane was still disturbed by the event. As we got closer to the old battlefield, the impressions left by the devious Bastshah's magic grew more and more prominent. Soon we reached a barren field which was still devoid of grass, even after all these years. Flip card 28 so that 28B is revealed. Ta-da! So battlegrounds we found. There were bones scattered among the decayed pieces of clothing and armor. The elongated skulls, long fangs, and claws made it obvious. The unburied remains belonged to the Bastashah's beastmen, the enemies of the human races in the war. There were no human remains left, but we noticed a relatively fresh trail on the ground. Someone had dragged a sheet of cloth, leaving black threads on the rocks and dirt. We can reconstruct the battle or examine the drag marks. It's getting tricky since this is our last day. It seems to me we should start a search going of the battlegrounds. And we were going to want to try to find the mines too. We have 2 searches. So I'm thinking we're going to use 1 search for the battlegrounds and 1 search for the mines. And we have to get it all done by 6 p.m. So my thinking is that we start a search now on the battlegrounds. And then we find the old mine and start a search going on there. Jonathan says, I think Gideon and his friend are getting corpses from their distraction. Yes, if you had to guess, you might guess that the battlegrounds is where they're using the undead to distract the village. And that's not where the source of the stuff is, and that the source of the stuff is probably the minefield. Although it could be the windmill, too. When we went to the windmill, we saw... The mage didn't detect anything crazy going on at the windmill, right? The villagers preferred to grind their mill at home. We say, what happened? Went up to the mill. He got sent away. He left. Gathered their belongings. Without a word. We examined the building, filled with the quiet sounds of creaking wood. From the outside, it was freshly painted, looked immaculate. Inside, rotten. The mill's exterior was more important to the villagers than its internal workings. All right, I don't think it's happening at the windmill. So my only question is whether we want to do the minefield before we start searching the battlegrounds. We do still have time. Anna says, is this battlefield relevant? Well, if I had to guess, I would guess that what Jonathan said is true. That the battlegrounds is where the dead bodies got reanimated and they're not the source of anything. So you're saying don't worry about the battlefields. All right, let's delay the battlefield. I'm inclined to search it, and I'm inclined to do this, but I think let's do the mines first. And then we got to start searching because we don't have that much time. The whole thing ends at 6 p.m. And we're going to want to raid it. All right, we still have time. All right, find the old mine 36. Find the old mine. That sounds like it's going to take 2 time clicks. Are we sure we don't want to search the battlegrounds first? If it takes 2 time clicks, it's noon. I guess we still have time. Okay, here's the old mine 36. All right, it's 11 a.m. now. The map's landmarks were very vague, to say the least. They might have meant something to people who lived in the area all their lives, but to us, marks like Triple Tree were only a source of confusion. The search was bound to cost us a lot of time. We chose the most likely part of the woods and started combing it. The first hour of search bore no fruit. We had to decide whether to keep at it or to give up in favor of other options. Okay, we're not going to be able to search unless we find 2 mines. We're not going to be able to search both places. So I think since we have 2 search tokens, we're going to use one right now on the battlegrounds. Because in case this takes us a long time, I want to have the battle, and it's a total loose dead end. I want to have the battlefield search going. So I'm going to search the battlefields while we still have a, while we still have an extra search to save. All right, we're going to continue going into the woods. We continued to climb, another time has passed. We continued to comb the forest, gradually losing hope. Suddenly, the magician stopped and announced he had felt a magical disturbance emanating from a nearby source. We asked whether the disturbance was dangerous. The magician spent a while trying to sense ahead, then answered that he felt no threat for us. The leftover magic was old and barely detectable. We decided to trust the magician and follow his lead. No danger for us. That's weird, but okay. Reveal card 37. We walked on, led by the magician. Oh, time passes. We walked on, led by the magician, as he followed an unseen thread of residual magic. Most of the way we were surrounded by thick woodland, but eventually our path brought us to a graveyard by a small lake. A path led south toward the village, and there was also a small shack, most likely the gravekeeper's. Sounds like we've circled back. The magical trail continued on, so we passed by the shack and back into the forest. Reveal card 30B and add it to your map. If 30 is already revealed, flip it to 30B. Well, there it is. There's the mine. And then flip this card. So we just flipped this card, and there's the mine. Our magician led us deeper into the woods. Finally, we reached an entrance to some kind of cave, almost hidden by bushes and tall grass. We cleared away the brush, then built ourselves some makeshift torches and entered the cave. The cave turned out to be an abandoned mine shaft. There was an old mining cart with 2 rusty pickaxes near the entrance. We proceeded deeper, looking for the source of the magical disturbance, and soon found it in one of the side tunnels. The mummified remains of a wizard. Its beast-like shape and scraps of fur clearly identified it as one of the Bashtas, the enemies of the human race in the war that ended more than 12 years ago. The wizard's robe of bright crimson was emblazoned with runes and patterns around a central image of a 3-eyed snake. It was torn and cut in many places, betraying the severity of the wounds the wizard had suffered in battle. His lips were parted in a sharp-toothed scowl, locked in the agony of his last moments. We can examine the mummified remains. There's no turning back now. So we're going to examine the mummified remains. This is a pretty cool scene, I gotta say. That was my favorite scene of this entire game so far, where we found this beast wizard who was wounded and crawled into this cave to die as his last actions and maybe put some curse or something. I don't know. All right, so we're now examining the mummified remains, 52. Okay, time passes. Oh boy, I just saw something at the bottom of this. All right, before we reveal this, time passed to here. So now, before we do that, we're gonna do the search of the battlefield, which was search of 8. I examined the battlefields with the constant feeling of unease. Battlegrounds. It was highly uncomfortable to be here alone. I had seen such places before. Many battles against the Bashtash had been fought along Redenslay's eastern borders, and several of my missions had taken me to such sites. This one looked strange, however. I had never heard about Bashtash using carriages, yet I could clearly make out the remains of one at the center of the battlefield. Drawn to this curiosity, I peered inside the tattered walls and saw a strange object on the ground. The shattered remains of a glass vessel with an intricate metal framework. Inside the vessel, covered in glass shards and dust, was a carved wooden pedestal with a hollow on top, as if something was supposed to sit atop it. Why keep the pedestal inside the vessel? Perhaps it was meant to be filled with some liquid needed to store the missing object. I carefully examined a few glass shards, but could find no traces of the substance that might have been inside the vessel. More than 12 years had passed since the day of the battle, however, and the wreckage had spent these years with no protection from the elements. It was foolish to expect any traces. I found nothing else of any interest to us and decided to return. Shattered remains of a glass vessel with an intricate metal framework. Inside the vessel, covered in shards, was a carved wooden pedestal with a hollow on top. Something was sitting inside it. So some sort of jewel. Interesting. All right, well, let me read this and you're going to find out what we have to decide now. The Bashtas, we're back in the mine. The Bashtas wizard had died sitting on the floor, his back pressed against the uneven stone wall. His hands rested on his stomach, cupped as if around some small, unseen object. Now the mummy's hands held nothing. Most likely the object had been taken later, after the body had dried up completely. Damage to the corpse's fingers reinforced this theory. There were several hair skeletons next to the body. We ignored them at first, but then noticed that their hind legs were wound with a thin rope, the way a hunter would have carried his kills. The rope had not decomposed as much as the mummy or its clothing, suggesting the carcasses had been left long after the Bashtas had died. No more than 2 years ago, we guessed. We asked the magician if there were any chance to summon his spirit for an interrogation. He glared back at us as if we were out of our minds. Do you seriously suggest I let another magic user inside my own body? An adept of the Dark Ones, no less? This is madness. Even if I succeed, it would leave a mark on me. Besides, you don't even know their language. How are you going to talk to it? Now we can do what we did again. We can insist on the ritual. The last time we insisted on a ritual, it did not end well for us. We just got wounded. But it sounds like there's some gem that was in that vial of glass, and then the magician took it and ran to the mines and died with it, and the village elder or something took it. Someone in the village took it, or maybe Gideon. But it sounds like this guy doesn't have it anymore. There's only one thing to do. It's an interesting idea, Jonathan. Did Caton's dad find the object and become the village elder? However, we searched and surveilled and, in effect, raided the elder's house, and we didn't find it. All right, well, we don't have to decide this right now. However, We have 4 more ticks of the clock before the game ends. We have 1 more search and 1 more surveillance. Now that's a problem because we can't do both. But maybe surveillance of the mine is not useful. But it would make sense to search it. But if we search it, we can't really do the ritual. So I don't think we're going to have time to do both. Oh, it's the hunter. I see. It's the rabbits. It's the rabbits. It's the sign of the hunter. When did the 2 years ago someone came with rabbits on a string? We need to find when the hunter arrived. I think, yeah. So we need to do 2 things. We need to find if the hunter got here 2 years ago. And we need to find out, we need to make sure we search we searched the forest dugout and surveilled the forest dugout, but we didn't do anything with the hunting cabin. So we need to find out when this hunter said he got there. Is that what you're... Jonathan says the hunter was Caton's dad. Well, I want to see. He says Gideon came by. He asked for stuff. Caton didn't have anything else to tell us, so we bade him farewell and left. Unless Caton killed him. They came to me just like you did with questions about the village, 3 of them together. I told them everything I told you. Later, I met one of them at the market square selling his sword and bow. 3 weeks ago, another one came, paid me in gold and silver. Okay. So we knock on the door. The man smiled. Yes, I'm a hunter. I was born in Rotwood, lived here before the war, then had to flee south. He told us the story of his family. They had a decent house. It burned down when they fled. Caton's mother and 2 younger brothers hadn't survived. After the war ended, his father hurried back to Rotwood, while Caton stayed in the south and became an apprentice to an old tanner. After his master retired a year and a half ago, he returned to Rotwood to find his father. But the villagers told him old Vassal hadn't returned from a hunt. Until now, Caton decided to settle into an old hunting cabin and take on his father's trade. He says the bow is a gift from my father. Taking the bow down from the wall. From before the war, he carved the stags himself. They're our family's crest. So he got there a year and a half ago. He's not obsessed with cleanliness. He has a wooden bow. Brightly feathered arrows. And another pair of arrows lying on the table. Their bone tips were bright red with fresh blood. And he turned over 2 skewers with hare carcasses on them. Then we give him money. He says he can't recognize the villagers. Their obsession with order. aren't here anymore, and there were no gravestones for them at the cemetery. No one ever visits the cemetery. Before the war, people used to. Black smoke from the smithy. So he seems to be being helpful to us. But he was there a year and a half ago. Now let me read what it said about the rabbit carcasses. Okay. Damage to the corpse's fingers reinforces this theory. Several hair skeletons next to the body. We ignored them at first. Then we noticed they were tied the way a hunter would have carried his kills. The ropes had not decomposed as much as the mummy, suggesting the carcasses had been left long after the Bashtas had died, no more than 2 years ago. So possibly a year and a half ago, when our hunter son came back. I think this is telling us that the hunter found this jewel and that Caden decided to settle into an old hunting cabin and take on his father's trade. The bow is a gift from my father. Maybe Caden is using the jewel to stay young, and like he's not his son, he's the father, never aged. The point is this. Okay, let's chat for a second here. John says, I'm reading as supernatural objects is speeding up aging, sacrifice needed to prevent death, so I think it was Caden's dad. And it says, what use is a jewel that speeds up aging? I don't see what the villagers gain for killing everyone, so it makes no sense to me. Yeah, I didn't read it as the jewel is speeding up aging, but I did read it as the jewel is casting some magic spell, and I think it's making the villagers have to sacrifice someone. Like there's someone with power over this village that's making them sacrifice someone regularly, okay? And that the person who's got the jewel is getting power from that, keeping them young maybe. So the villagers aren't under a spell as much as they've figured out a system for deciding who to kill. So the villagers are sort of being extorted. They are being made to kill someone regularly, let's say once a month, in order to power this person, this evil person who's got them under his grasp. They've just figured out a system where they start killing people to sacrifice them in order to survive. And that's the deal they've made with the person with the jewel, that the person with the jewel will give them prosperity, make their crops grow, but they have to sacrifice to them. That's one possibility. The other possibility is that the elder is using the jewel, found the jewel, and that's why it's radiating from the center, and But boy, did that clue sound like the hunter found it. I feel like we still have this. I feel like the hunter found, we've given big clues that the hunter found it. But what we don't know is if they killed the hunter and took the jewel, or if the hunter is still the guy. The game is almost over. We have to set out a search and surveillance now if we expect to do this. So here's my suggestion. I suggest we surveil the hunting cabin, search the mine, and then conduct the ritual. That's my suggest. I almost like to do the reverse. I'd like to surveil the hunting. I'd like to search the hunting cabin. But I think... Oh, then we can't... Yeah, we can't raid until the end, but we still would have time to raid at 6 p.m. I think. Like after it triggers. Yeah, if we start our searches right now, they'll trigger at 5 p.m. and then we'll have one chance to raid. It's 2 p.m. in the game. So I'm suggesting we plant some surveillance. We do our surveil and search right now of the mine and the hunting cabin. And then when it gets to 5 p.m. and they trigger, then we decide where to raid. That's my proposal. Surveillance search now. They trigger at 5 p.m. 5 p.m. we'll have one more action to do, and we'll do a raid somewhere. Either the elder's house or the... Well, it can't be the elder's house, actually, but it could be the mines, although I don't know why we would raid the mines. And then I think we still have to do this ritual. I mean, for flavor, for story, we should do this ritual. I want to contact these beast creatures. All right, if you guys don't object soon or speak up, I'm going to set this in motion. We have a surveillance and a search. Anna says, I'm just thinking, where is this big, powerful being that's extorting this whole village? If it really is the mundane hunter, I will be very disappointed. Well, I won't be disappointed based on that clue that it was a hunter. I mean, we just got a big clue that a hunter stole that jewel. The only question in my mind is it the hunter? Well, we just got a big clue that a hunter stole the jewel. Now, you could imagine 3 different possibilities, but 2 of those 3 possibilities, it's the hunter's father and he stole the jewel and now the son has it, or the son is the father and he's youthful, or the son just came into town and found it a year and a half ago. A lot of those possibilities make it the hunter. So the only question is, then do we want to search instead of surveil his house? But I think it doesn't make sense to surveil the mine. So I think we've got to search the mine and surveil the cabin. So that's what I'm going to do. You guys have not spoken up, so that's... I'd rather search the cabin, but then we'd have to surveil the mine, and that doesn't make that much sense to me. Unless we think... So here's a ruling question. Unless we think we can't do the ritual if I'm surveilling the mine. But I think we can. I'm gonna do it. I think technically we probably can't, but I'm gonna do it here. So I'm gonna search the hunting cabin and surveil the mine, even though we might not technically be allowed to surveil the mine, because what we're about to do is this ritual that might be thought of as being in the mine. So we might not look at that surveillance of the mind if we believe that it's cheating. Let's do the ritual. Here we go. This is scary. There's another scary reason why this is scary, because if we do this and we use up our mental strength and we find the creature here, we're not going to have a mental strength to be able to fight him. But I got to talk to these creatures. I'm doing it. I'm talking to the creatures. The mage is going to get injured for the next mission. But I got to do it. He might tell us who stole it, though, too. All right, here we go. We're doing it. This is insanity. Is everyone okay with this? I feel like I need buy-in on this. I know Anna doesn't want to do this. She says it's crazy to do. We already tried this once. Bad things happened. Our magician has never been wrong. I got to talk to this. I got to talk to this wizard. I've got to talk. In fact, I'd rather talk to the wizard than catch the hunter. So that's it. Here we go. Here we go. I'd rather talk to this creature that we can't understand his language than catch the hunter who just stumbled on this gem but doesn't really know what it is. This is the guy with knowledge. Here we go. I'm spending our last mental thing to do the ritual. Time passes. Some precautions had to be taken before we proceeded with the ritual. The magician asked to have his hands and legs bound tightly so that the possessing spirit wouldn't be able to harm anyone. However, this made the ritual more difficult and increased our chances of failure. The magician seated himself with his back toward the mummy and closed his eyes. Everything was completely silent for 10 minutes. Then the magician opened his eyes and spoke. What does he say? Vihaudur, Ark Quatolin. We don't understand a word. Do you speak Radio-Slavic? The magician paused for a moment and cast a look around. Speak little. You need what? He said with obvious difficulty. We want to know what you brought here with you when you died. Brought, yes, brought Quatolin, Perfector. Where is? You take? The magician jerked up. We just want to... No, you cannot. Not yours. Not save. Shasni Pasiya Quatolin. The magician jerked again, then went limp and fell to the floor. Blood leaked from his nose and ears. It took us 5 minutes to revive him, and when we finally came to, he was completely exhausted. Take a wound. All right. Well, that did not shed much light except to confirm our theory. Brought Quatoan. Perfector, where is it? So it's the perfector, whatever that means. Where is it? You take it. He thinks someone took it. And the hunter took it. Okay, so making everyone a neat freak is right. That's right. The perfector is like a control thing that the beast used to control the beasts, and it's making the villagers neat freaks. And it says it's so silly. I don't know. I like the scene. Now, I put these in slightly wrong place, but let's decide here. Do we want to search the cabin, or do we want to surveil the cabin? Let's leave it like this. I don't think we're going to get anything good at the mine, and we don't think we're even maybe allowed to do it. So I'm going to have us search the cabin and surveil the mine. We still have 2 time left. So let's try examining the drag marks. We got nothing much to do. We're just waiting time till the end. Yeah, so we're going to leave search on the hunting cabin. And that way we're surveilling the mine. It's just like we're just hanging out there. Okay, so we haven't got much to do. We can examine the old bloodstains. We could reconstruct the battle. We could examine the drag marks. The drag marks is what? Where do we see drag marks? Relatively fresh trail on the ground. Someone had dragged a sheet of cloth, leaving black threads on the rock and dirt. I guess let's do that. Thread marks are 34. Oh boy. Looks like we got a new place, maybe. I don't know. This could open things up. So we examined the drag marks. Time ticked by. The drag marks led us to a small clearing. The central area was devoid of grass. Traces of an ash-lined pentagram were still visible. Necromancy, muttered our magician. I feel a freshly made imprint left by death magic. We thoroughly examined the site and concluded that magic had been used there about 2 weeks ago. There were obvious traces of the raised dead. Oh, right, this is where they raised the dead. No less than 3 and no more than 5 walking corpses. A ragged sheet of dark gray cloth, emblazoned with the sigil of Fort Bearclaw, had been left on the ground. We found specks of dried blood on the cloth. The magician deduced it was the blood of someone possessing arcane powers. So whoever raised the dead was wounded then, bleeding? I feel this isn't the blood of the necromancer. Can you tell us where the necromancer came from or where he went? I cannot. I could probably trace the steps of the undead, find out where the necromancer sent them. Flip card 25, so that 25B was revealed. There's the ritual site. Available actions. We can spend a mental strength or time to follow the trail of the undead. Well, we think we understand the undead thing. And the necromancers are the good guys. I guess that was Jonathan was right. Anna says Jonathan was right about the necromancy. So the necromancers are the good guys. Yeah. All right, well... Well, if we think it's the hunting cabin, but we can't do anything more of the hunting cabin, right? We already visited it, 42. We did visit it, right? Yes, we did visit it. And we've done everything we could do there. Including paying him for information. So we've just got one more time before we conduct the search and surveillance. So what do you want to do with our last bit of time? We can either follow the trail of the undead. I think we should do that just for fun. Or we could examine the old blood stains on the abandoned houses. Do you want to examine the old blood stains on in the abandoned houses, or do you want to follow the trail of the undead, which we know are going to go into the village? Or we could reconstruct the battle. I think we should reconstruct the battle. Because we really don't know how that battle happened. I think we should reconstruct the battle. 24. That's what we're going to do. We're going to reconstruct the battle. 24. Just for the fun of it. Oops, I put this in the wrong order. We carefully examined the battlefield. This was where the Bashshaz forces had been ambushed by human fighters. The wrecks of the Bashshaz supply train were still strewn along its long-forgotten route. Immediately, we noticed a peculiarity. The beastman's clothing was identical down to the smallest detail. A maniacal compulsion? An attempt at achieving a perfect image? This was highly unnatural. Bashshaz magic users had been deployed behind the beastman's front line, and their remains still disturbed the local magical energies. Our magician winced every time we came close to one. The marks on their decayed robes, a three-eyed snake, were faded but still visible. During the ambush, the battle mages had been cut away from the main force and forced to defend the commander's wagon. We couldn't find the commander's remains among the dead, but his wagon was easy to spot. Its presence on the battlefield was puzzling, given the Bashshaz preferred horseback over riding in carts or wagons. Inside, we discovered something even stranger, the remains of some kind of vessel of metal and glass. Though the glass had been shattered long ago, inside the vessel was a small wooden pedestal with a hollow atop it for some object to sit. Perhaps the vessel was needed to immerse the missing object in some liquid. If so, no trace of the liquid or the object remained. I think this kicked us over to here. So spend more time examining the battlegrounds. I don't think we have that time, but this triggered. So let's look at what our search of the hunting cabin and surveillance of the mine would yield. So search of the hunting cabin. This could be what breaks this whole case open for us. I waited for the hunter to leave, then quietly picked the lock and entered the cabin. The place was tidy, but not extraordinarily so. There were a few unfinished arrows and some bone arrowheads on the table, along with a small heap of bright feathers. Several knives of different sizes and shapes were on a shelf next to the table. Some of them were blood-stained. As I searched the drawers, I stumbled upon an old penknife with the silhouette of a deer carved into its wooden handle. In the same drawer, I found a small purse with a few large silver coins. This was suspicious. Silver was rarely seen in the hands of common folk, as small copper coins were more useful for day-to-day purchases. In the cabin cellar, I found some dried skins and a considerable stash of jerky. I spent a long time examining the contents of all kinds of sacks, pots, and barrels all over the house, but they only held common and innocuous things like animal fat, hog teeth, and some homebrew. Well, we searched his cabin and did not find the jewel. That's a bit disappointing. All right, let's see what happens if we do surveillance of the mine. Surely nothing, but maybe someone comes back to the mine to look for, to visit their favorite place where they found the jewel. The forest presented me with multiple good hiding spots from which I could watch the entrance to the mine. My efforts turned out to be in vain, however, for not a single soul showed up. But from my presence, the life of the forest dwellers continued undisturbed. Okay, so nothing in the mine. Nothing in the hunting cabin. It's 5 p.m. We have one action left before the game ends. So we could spend more time examining the battlegrounds. We don't have... Oh, we could do a raid. We could do a raid now. We should do a raid. But we can't do a raid at the Elder's house. Yeah, the silver, he had a reason for having the silver. The people in Black paid him and we paid him. Yeah. So we can't do a raid on the Elder's house because the game already instructed us to put one there. So what was at the forest dugout that we found? A fresh astral disturbance. Magic was practiced here no more than 2 or 3 weeks ago. Door was slightly ajar. Human skeleton. A master of necromancy was here not too long ago. Okay, those are our good guys. Those are our good guys. So let's think about this logically. We're going to conduct a raid somewhere. We know that a hunter found this jewel. Which makes us think it was the hunter's father. And the hunter tells us his father's name, right? I really thought we'd find it. He arrived 1.5 years ago. Busy ants. Remember we found that ant farm. Were they crawling in the ant farm? Were they crawling in the ant farm because the jewel's in the ant hole? Is that what it is? Remember that? Ants? Were the ants on top of the jewel? I just want to write down the father's name. What was a gift from my father? Doesn't tell us the father's name. Vassal. Old Vassal, his father's name. So I think Vassal found the jewel. But what does that mean in terms of us? I mean, how does that help us? to know that the father found it. Where did we searched the dugout is where we found 12. Search 12 is where we found that weird anthill, I think, right? Jonathan says, I think the ants were maybe just being affected by the spell. I think you might be right. Thinking it was unwise to approach the dead body with traces of necromancy, I focused my attention on the area around the dugout. Several old tanning frames, rotten and decayed as if they'd been left there some time ago. Tanning frames by the hunter. Behind some raspberry bushes, I found some objects in similar condition. A wooden barrel, crates, leftover tools. Despite their apparent age, I suspected someone had moved them into the bushes more recently. Most surprising find, however, was an anthill. Dirt mound was somehow shaped into an 8-sided pyramid, as if I was looking at a crystal covered in earth. The lines were slightly uneven, the shape was unmistakable. I poked at the hill with the stick to see if there's anything under the dirt, but all I found were normal ant tunnels. Having examined all there was, I returned to the group. Well, so we might have all we need to know. We're not supposed to solve it by conducting a raid. I do think, Anna, if you had to guess, you'd have to guess that the stone was in the elder's house. I think that makes sense. It's just weird to me that the hunter clearly found it, and we're given these weird clues about the hunter. But maybe they killed the hunter for it. However, I do think we should do a raid, even though there's not much point in it, and we can't do it at the elder's house. We could do it at the smithy. Where do you want to do? Raid the inn for evidence of the murders? We could raid the inn for the evidence of murders. We could raid the smithy for the evidence of murders. I mean, we could raid the smithy for proof of the dead bones of our person. I think that probably would be more likely to yield proof. Let's raid the smithy. If we're logical, if we're police detectives, if we raid the inn, we're going to find some poison. Well, it's going to have some poison, but that's if you're a real cop, you just find rat poison and you couldn't arrest them. But you go into the smithy, you find the human bones, and you can arrest them. So I think I'd rather do that. However, I could be convinced to raid the hunter's place too. So from my standpoint, it's either the hunter. I mean, Anna says this is Anna's theory of the case. I think this makes sense. Hunter found it, goes to the elder, they kill the hunter. I think it makes sense. I do think it makes sense that they killed the hunter for it, but it's It's a little weird that the hunter didn't keep it. Alright, I think we're gonna use the raid on the... It's either the hunting cabin or the smithy. Those are the choices I'm gonna give you. Smithy over the hunter. Okay, so that's it. We're raiding the smithy. We just do it right now. Everyone's awake and ready for it. So we're doing our first raid of the campaign. Let's see what happens when we raid the smithy. Add 3 coins to your pool. It says, oh wait. Why does it say Elder's House? What's the smithy? Did I go to the wrong thing? No, the smithy is 5. I don't know why. Sorry, I don't know why. I don't know why I picked up 16. What does 16 have to do with anything? We're raiding the smithy, which is 5. I don't know why I went to 16. Raid the smithy says 2 time passes. Whatever, that's not useful for us. Smith Gaffer was inside. We entered, closed the door behind us, and rushed him. We stunned him and proceeded to tie him up and gag him. When he came to, we showed him our weapons and told him there would be blood if he tried to scream. He nodded and we removed the gag. Tell us what you know about Vikul, Kress, and Megarian. In between angry expletives, Gaffer told us what he knew of the missing agents, fixating on Kress. Gaffer was enamored of a young village girl named Mila. But Kress had appeared out of nowhere and married her, ruining the Smiths' romantic plans. Kress had then moved into Mila's house near the smithy, where a bitter Gaffer saw them every day until Kress disappeared. Flip card 29. So the 29B. So look at that. We got a new house. Mila's house. We're not going to have time to go there. We asked him what had happened to the other 2 agents. The toothless one, your guess is as good as mine, but the other man with the tattoo on his head, he wanted Kress to leave, threatened to take him away by force even. I heard them talking. There are rumors that Kress paid some local hunter in silver to solve the problem. I think the hunter shot the man with the tattoo, but he still managed to escape. Given he was under duress, the Smith's words likely contained more lies than truth. We had to get the facts straight before jumping to any conclusions, and then reveal card 18 from the raid deck. Boy, that just was more confusing than anything. Let's see what card 18 is. Some of us began searching the place as we interrogated the smith. The forge immediately attracted our attention. Inside the furnace, we found what looked like human bones. What is this? We demanded, pulling some of the bones from the fire with the smith's tongs and throwing them at his feet. It's the undead. The undead attacked the village some time ago. We decided the bodies needed to be burned. And they haven't turned to ash in 2 weeks? Or have you been keeping them safe all this time? The smith had no answer to that. We poked the coals some more and found some unfinished arrowhead glowing red. And what is this for? The smith hesitated. That's not mine. Kress shot his bow, I guess, so the arrowhead could have gotten stuck in a dead body. It's not yet an arrowhead. It's barely halfway done. It was obvious that Gaffer was lying. We pressed him harder, and he confessed that he had been making arrowheads, but strictly for sale. You better hope we don't find these anywhere except the market stalls, we added menacingly. The smith flinched. We tied him up, gagged him, and hid him in a corner behind a large wooden vat. Then we left the smithy, locking it securely to make sure nobody could get inside before we finished our investigation. And we've got an additional action, visit Mila's house, but it's too late. It's 6 p.m. It's time for us to end it. Well, I don't know what to make of this. He's saying they killed the undead and not the other people, but we know they've been killing and poisoning people. He tells us a story about he wanted Chris to leave, threatened him to take him by force. Chris paid a local hunter. I think the hunter shot the man with the tattoo. Huh. That puts the hunter on the bad side. All right. Well, I'm a little bit more lost, but Jonathan says, I still think the elder might be the hunter who is Caton's father. A little weird not seeking out his son, but I think maybe he's changed a lot since being under the influence of the perfecter. I'm not sure, but let's see what we get when we go. 6 p.m. on the third day, card 55 is revealed. So here's what we'll do. There, Anna says there were arrows in Vickel's lodge. So 53 is what we are, no, 55. Okay. So what we'll do is we'll take a break. We'll come back and we'll end the game. We'll read the questions we have. We'll try to figure out what, maybe when we get the questions, it'll be a little clearer to us. I feel like we've got most of the picture, but there's still some things that are a bit hazy for us. So I'll see you in 8 minutes. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're back with the finale of Case 2 of Mortum Medieval Detective. We're about ready to answer the questions. Okay, so let's read what it says and then we'll pause and talk for a bit about our theories of the case. But let's see what the questions are. Card 55 is revealed. Okay, so let's do card 55. The order from our superiors clearly states that we need to conclude our investigation immediately. However, we can bend the rules a little and stay in the village. If you need more time, you can continue the mission until you reach 6 fatigue on the time track. Be aware that each fatigue point you incur will lower your final score. When you have 6 fatigue or you decide to end your investigation, count up your total fatigue and reveal card 56. Well, that's quite interesting and unexpected. Let's look at what the chat says about this. We're talking about whether this perfector thing. Anna was saying, why would they make the beast so neat and tidy? I was thinking, well, it's just sort of a controlling gem or whatever, but when it kept the beasts in line, kept them to do what they were told to do, but when translated to humans it made them more orderly. We're debating that. Why wouldn't you make it an obedience thing? Anna says, I know what it does, it makes me mad. All right, but we have more time now, so I guess it's not going to be quite over yet, because there was this new place that got revealed to us in this last, when we raided the smithy, and that was the Mila's house that one of our people was in love with. So let's visit Mila's house. Let's see, where did we get that? But now I guess we should advance time the way it told us. So we actually went past 6. I think we're probably at 7 p.m. We raided the smithy. That took 2. That took us to 7 p.m. Then we got card 18. Where is card 18? Card 18. Okay, there's card 18. All right, so we raided the smithy. That pushed us to 7 p.m. And then it told us to flip this card, which revealed Mila's house in the edge of the village. And now we can visit Mila's house. So let's do that. So here's Mila's house. Mila lived in a house that looked as flawless as most of Rotwood's homes. As we approached, we saw a woman of about 40 working in the middle of a well-kept yard. We greeted her and asked her if she was Mila. Oh, don't be silly. Mila's my daughter. She's in the house. We introduced ourselves as friends of Cress and asked whether the woman knew anything about his fate. She shook her head. Neither I nor Mila's father saw him that night. The newlyweds were here alone. Our own place was pretty far away then. We moved here to support our daughter later. We asked her what exactly occurred that night, but she avoided the subject, saying only that there had been some kind of turmoil, and then Cress had disappeared. A man approached us and joined the conversation. He looked the same age as the woman and was likely Mila's father. I always told the girl, marry Graffar, a good man, a practical man, a blacksmith, to boot. And she chose some vagabond. And look where it got her. At least the bastard had the decency to leave our things well alone, ran away with just the clothes on his back. We asked the mother if we could talk to Mila. She expressed doubt, telling us her daughter was still distressed by the events and wouldn't be much help to us. All right, so that goes to 8 p.m. We're allowed to go until 6 fatigue. Okay, so let's insist on a conversation. We waited outside the house, and a short time later, a pretty young girl emerged. We introduced ourselves as friends of her husband and said we were trying to find him. Her lips trembled and tears came to her eyes. She said that 2 weeks ago someone had attacked the village. Several men had rushed out into the streets, Kress among them. It was the last time she had seen him. Some claimed that Kress hadn't been among the defenders. Mila thought she'd seen 2 men following him. One, in a gray cloak, had been walking with a limp, while the other, dressed in black, had been making strange gestures with his hands, the 2 mages, necromancers. We asked Mila whether she knew her husband's friends, but she acted as if she hadn't heard the question. We asked her again. This time she was silent for a long time, then tentatively suggested that Kress had come to Rotwood alone. When we asked if she still had Craig's belongings, she replied that she had kept the things and money he'd left behind. We requested to see them, and Mila brought out Kress's knapsack. It contained some provisions, a coil of rope, and a knife. There was also a handful of steel arrowheads and some feather fletchings in one of the pockets. Is this all he had? What about weapons? Kress sold them to a trader at the market. He only kept the arrowheads. He said he wanted to forge them into a kitchen knife, only he never got to. Having learned all we could, we bade the girl goodbye and left. All right. Well, not sure there's much more to do here. We could examine the old bloodstains. Upon a careful examination, we came to a number of conclusions. Firstly, the blood was human. These are the old bloodstains. Our magician was firm, and he was seldom wrong. Some houses were stained with vast quantities of blood, which caused us great concern. In addition, the blood seemed to have been spilled at about the same time that the houses had been abandoned. Were the owners of these houses killed here? So much blood. We continued our search. I would gladly believe otherwise, yet it seems you're right. The magician pressed his hand to a large bloodstain. We had the resources to contact the spirits of the people killed here, if they had indeed been killed here. Yet the spirits were fickle beings. Sometimes they failed to be summoned or refused to appear. Other times the wrong ones answered the call. You could never completely trust the words of the deceased. Another problem was that this kind of magic was forbidden, since it occasionally caused madness and possession. We did our best to avoid such practices during our investigations. Was this mystery worth having our magician spend his energy? Whatever had transpired here was unlikely that it had anything to do with our missing agents. So that pops it to 9 p.m. We're going to do this and do it just for the hell of it another time. We finished all necessary preparations. The magician sat in the center of the room and was soon deeply entranced. Suddenly, his whole body shook and his eyes opened. He began speaking in a raspy voice. What do you need? Were you killed in this house? The magician had warned us that his body wouldn't be able to hold the spirit for long. So we decided to ask only the most important questions. I was. Who killed you? Many did. What does that mean? Friends, neighbors, they killed others too. Families, old men. Why did they do it? We were imperfect. Imperfect? What does that mean, imperfect? They thought I was flawed. How long has it been since you died? 2 years. The magician closed his eyes and fell limp on the floor. He regained consciousness a few minutes later and told us he lacked the strength to keep the spirit bound to his body. Trying to hold on to it longer would have caused too much suffering for both, so he let it go. Okay, so do we have the mental token to do this? Mental token. Oh, I see. I thought it said or we could spend the time. So I just spent the time, but no, we don't. But it's okay. I think we got a theory there about the perfecter then. That's why the perfecter was killing the inferior beings, and maybe that's why it was being used on the beasts. Like, to the beasts, the humans were imperfect. So it made them obsessed with perfection. So they were killing the imperfect, and the beasts were killing the humans who were imperfect. And the side effect is it makes them tidy everything up. What do you think about that? All right, so we shouldn't have been able to do that because we didn't have that mental thing, but I just moved the time instead. It's not the end of the world. All right, shall we solve it now? Shall we go to the questions? I think it's probably time. Oh, and Anna's keeping track of score. So yeah, I don't really care too much about score, but let's lower our score by 6 and stop. Okay, so 56. Here's the questions. All right, here we go. We're ready to answer questions. We're going to take our time here until everyone's happy and ready to submit their answers. What happened to the missing agent Mogarian? So this is... Mogarian is the guy with the missing teeth and the wounded eye, otherwise known as an imperfect human. Okay, question 1. He was wounded and had to flee, or he was butchered by a group of people. He was poisoned. He was banished from the village and disappeared. He was kidnapped and held prisoner. His fate remains a mystery. So we think he was... poisoned, right? Or am I just jumping to a conclusion about which one was poisoned? Anna says he was butchered. Who was the poison? One of them was poisoned. Are we sure that wasn't Mogarian? At the abandoned houses? I kind of feel like that was Mogarian. At the abandoned houses that was poisoned. I mean, we know he was killed by them. That's the canary. Blood of someone who was proficient in astro and water mage. A wooden mug. Wounded person had dropped it as they ran. One of us sniffed the mug and noticed the sharp fungal scent. Canary thing. They were wounded during the search. Okay, Anna's saying 1B, and I think it's 1C, but I don't know why. I'm just remembering someone got poisoned. I'm not sure it's him. Who was involved in Mogarian's disappearance? You can choose more than one option. Okay, there we go. So 2, we think Tormund the innkeep poisoned him. Gaffer, the smith, we think got rid of the body. Grigor, the village elder. Jonathan's switching to B? And Anna's switching to C? What the heck? We're told that Cress might have hired the hunter to help him get away. Did Cress try to hire the hunter to get rid of Mogarian? I feel like we're sort of overloaded at this point. I'm gonna guess for 2. Tormund the innkeep poisoned him. Gaffer the smith burned his body. Grigor the village elder was also involved in this. Definitely not Cress, because Cress is the good guy. And Vickle, or wait, Cress is the guy that fell in love. So it's possible it's D also, who hired the... Yes, D was the guy. I think he was shot by an arrow by the hunter who was hired by Cress. But I don't think that's his disappearance. I don't know. I don't know, honestly. 2 A, B, C. I'm going to say 2 A, B, C, D, and F. I'm going to add all D and F in there. All right, 3. What happened to Vickle, another of the missing agents? Wow, now this is... Okay, we're a bit confused now about who got poisoned. Where's our note? I feel like I'm a little burned out. Like I'm not very motivated to get this part right. Vickle hasn't recognized me yet. He thinks I'm acting alone. Let him think that. You surely recognize your scar. He's recovered somewhat. He's still weak. Grab his friend. So Mojarian is killed because he's imperfect. And then Cress is the guy who wants to stay there, but they rescue him and steal him off. Vickle is... Vickle doesn't recognize me yet. He thinks I'm acting alone. Let him think that. This is Gideon writing this note. So do we think Vickle escapes? He's definitely not kidnapped and held prisoner. He's definitely not banished from the village. Was he the one who was poisoned? I'm confused. Was Vickle the one wounded by arrows? Miwa says... Miwa tells us Cress got kidnapped and rescued out of there. I don't want to read those. It's unclear to me if he'd already started to drink poison before dropping it. So do we think Mojarian was not the guy who was shot by the arrow? And we don't think he was the guy who was poisoned? He was just killed straight off? And Vickle was the guy who got shot by the arrow? I mean, one of them told us. What if someone who is proficient in astral and water magic? There we go. Fresh trail of blood led from the window to the center of the room. So that's got to be Vickle. Okay, so for number 1, I'm going to remove... I'm sorry, for number 2, I'm going to not say he was shot by the hunter or whatever. For number 3, what happened to Vickle? He was wounded and had to leave the village. A is what I'm going to say. 3A. Jonathan looks like he's come to the same conclusion. 1C, 2A, B, C, 3A. Yes, okay. I'm on the same page. Anna, where do you stand? This seems very clear that it's Vickle who was wounded by the arrow and escaped. A wooden mug lay at the other end of the trail of blood by the window. It seemed the wounded person had dropped it as they ran. So it's Vickle who was poisoned. Can we answer multiple things here? What happened to Vickle? Doesn't say we can answer multiple, but he was also poisoned, we think. So remember that the game is weird. You can only answer one of these, but you could get points for different one of them. So I guess we're all saying 3A, but C also seems correct. All right, let's flip this over. And it says I said the same. Who is involved in Vickle's disappearance? You can choose more than one option. Okay, so Tormund the innkeep, Gaffer the smith, Grigor the village elder, Cress, Caton the hunter, or Gideon and Kalis. Now, who the hell is Kalis? We thought it was Gideon and Gathor. The name of the other mage is Gaffer. Or Gathagor. So what's that all about? Jonathan says F. I mean, I say 6. You can choose more than one option. I mean, yes, I say F, except who's Kalis? Do we think Kalis is the real name of this other person that's giving us a fake name? Weird. Still, that seems like the right answer. But who is Kalis? Maybe if we had had Feather, he would have told us his real name. Yeah, Jonathan was saying the same thing I was thinking. Okay. All right. Let's go to the next card, 57. Next question. Who stayed in the forest dugout shortly before Cress's disappearance? You can choose more than one answer. Gideon, Vickle, Mogarian, Kalis, Caton the hunter, or the hunter's father? So don't we think this is going to be Gideon, Kalis, and the hunter's father? A, D, and F? Jonathan says, I think we skipped a question. Yes, did we skip 2 questions? 4 and 5? Yikes. I don't know what's going on here. So, yeah, okay, sorry about that. I don't know, maybe my brain is fuzzing out today. We answered 1, 2, 3. Okay, the next page is 4, 5, and 6. 4. Who is involved in Vickel's disappearance? Vickel is... What happened to... 3 was what happened to Vickel. We're saying he was wounded and had to flee. We all said that. Okay, now, who is involved in Vickel's disappearance? You could choose more than one option. So, I think we think that A and E, right? For 4, we think he was poisoned by the innkeep and then shot by the hunter who was hired by Cress to shoot him. And then I see. Oh my gosh. Who is involved in Vickel's disappearance? You're saying for that we guessed Gideon and Kaelis, but isn't it... I see, that's not his... Okay. For... He was poisoned and shot, but that's not his disappearance. So his disappearance, we think he was rescued by Gideon Chaos. So I guess I'm going to say 4F. But he was poisoned by A and E, attacked by A and E, but rescued by F. So 4F is my answer, I guess. 5, what happened to Cress? This one, he was... Come on, guys, this is ridiculous. Cress was kidnapped by Kaelis and Gideon. So why does 5 not have that as an answer? You think 5, the answer should be E, huh? Kidnapped by the good guys, Gideon and Kaelis, who are mentioned everywhere else except the one question where we can specify them. Okay. 6. Who is involved in Cress's disappearance? Oh, okay. Then for that we think it's Gideon and Kaelis. And Vickel also. So 6 is F, but is 6 also D? F and D. Okay, so let's recap here. I have 1C. He was poisoned. No, that's not right. That's not right. He's not the one who was poisoned. So 1, I'm changing to B. 1B, is did everyone change 1 to B, or are you still think he was poisoned? I'm going to say 1B. 2, who was involved. Boy, I'm really unhappy about this ending. The only person we have evidence of being poisoned is Vickel. Wow, this is frustrating. Celebration. Maybe they all celebrate by poisoning. So I'm going to say C. All right, 1C. 2, who's involved? We're saying the innkeep, the smith. Do we think the smith burned the humans now? Or did he only burn the undead? All right. 4. Who was involved in his disappearance? I'm saying F, Gideon and Kalis. But I'm also putting off to the side the fact that Cress hired the hunter, which gives us D and A and E, because he poisoned him. 5, what happened to Cress? The third of the missing agents. We're saying he was kidnapped. E, I think we all agree on that. My reading now is Vico was wounded before drinking and dropped the poison. Yes, I agree with that. I agree that Vico was wounded before drinking and dropped the poison. Oh, so he didn't drink the poison. Interesting. So you're saying Vico... What happened to Vico? Wounded and had to flee. Or... Alright, I'm Freddy. So Vico was wounded and Cress kidnapped. No one was poisoned. Interesting. So what do we think? How do we think Mogarian was killed? I'm going to still say Mogarian was poisoned. Because we don't... Do we have any evidence of how Mogarian died? It just said it was a celebration, so I'm thinking he was poisoned as planned. Maybe we'll finish these and then we'll go over them very quickly at the end, even though I really feel like I'm kind of on tilt here with these questions. Let's finish these questions and then maybe we'll go through them again after we go through them once. Okay, so who was involved in Cress's disappearance? He was the thing we think, the guy that they kidnapped. So we said 6F, right? And then 57, did I put back? No, I put it out somewhere. 57. Who stayed in the forest dugout shortly before Cress's disappearance? Oh, shortly before Cress's disappearance. So shortly before, we think these are the necromancers who summoned the undead, right? So if we look at the note, an attack of the Walking Dead will keep the villagers occupied long enough. I'll be waiting for you at the old battleground tomorrow. Need you to carry some skeletons to a place nearby for a ritual. So Gideon and Kalis are going to be the people... Oh, but that's not in the dugout. All right, I'm going to say for 7... A. And maybe D. Vico was there too. Jonathan says 7AB. I don't remember what our dugout said about whether Vico was there. There's a dead body with traces of necromancy. And the ants. We watched it for hours. We didn't see anything. Let's reread Gideon's note. Okay, here's Gideon's note. It says, don't go to the dugout. By the way, we didn't have any use for this. Don't go to the dugout. Vico hasn't recognized me yet. He thinks I'm acting alone. Oh, is that why we think Vico is there? Because he's saying, don't go to the dugout. Vico will recognize you. And Gideon is telling Kalis not to go to the dugout. Okay, so maybe then, if we're asked who was at the dugout, it's going to be Vickle and Gideon. Okay, I think that's how Jonathan got his A and B. Yeah, so I think it's got to be A and B. 7, A, and B. So Vickle's there, that's why he doesn't want him to go there. And Gideon must go there because he's talking to Vickle there. And that's where Vickle's hiding. Alright, so 7AB. Okay, it sounds like we're agreed on that. Jonathan figured that out. A, who shot an arrow at one of our agents in the abandoned house? Finally, we've got a question that we know the answer to, we think, which is A, the hunter who was hired by Cress to shoot at Vickle, who was trying to get him out of there. Okay, 9, right? I think we agree with that. 9, where is the Takran group's hidden cache? Where was their hidden cache? What did we find in the abandoned warehouses? We found the young girl stuff. Did we find any cache from our group? Not only was it never found, we didn't know they had anything. We didn't find anything in the graveyard. We didn't find anything at the abandoned houses, the hunting cabin, at the inn. What are we... The what now? The Takran group is our group. They're the Takrans. That's the name of the group that we've been sent to find. Where is their hidden cache? We don't know anything about this. So do we say F? It was never found? 9F? Let's say 9F and we'll come back to it. What is the effect of the magical influence in the village? It greatly increases desire for perfection. 10C. It makes everyone obey their leader. It affects its exact effects remain a mystery. So I think we now have concluded it's basically makes you desire perfection. John says F or A. I'm guessing you're saying F or A for number 9, not for number 10. Number 10 we know is perfector. What substance was inside the broken vessel at the battlegrounds? So 11 is F, right? We don't know what liquidy substance was inside that vessel. 12. Why are there no elderly people in the village? Their relatives killed them, I guess. We know they weren't rejuvenated. We know they survived the war. We know they didn't leave. We know they aren't being held. So I guess it's C, relatives killed them. I don't know why it's relatives. Couldn't it just be other people in the village? Then it wants the card 58. Who was the first to discover the wizard's corpse in the abandoned mine? So we know it's the hunter or the hunter's father. So do we think it's Vassal, the hunter's father? I don't know how you're supposed to know whether it's Vassal or the hunter. We know it happened not more than 2 years ago. I guess I'm going to say the father too, just because the hunter doesn't seem to have it. 14. If it had said at least 2 years ago, then I would say, okay, it's the father. Where is the source of influence? Is it in one of the abandoned houses, in the village elder's house, in the smithy, the lake, the inn, or the village elder's yard? He was planting stuff in the garden. Do we need to reread that part about the garden to see if it was... if it told us anything? The elder's house. We take his map. Remember that. 2 birds with 1 stone. I remember all that. The elder was working in the garden, pulling out weeds. Soon the men came to his house and called him from the street. He washed his hands. I guess there's no reason to think. Oh, Anna says she thinks it's in his yard. I'm just going to say it's in his house because I have no reason to think that it's in his yard. He was gardening, pulling out weeds. That's the imperfection thing working, nothing to do with the stuff. So I'm saying 14B. Okay, now it's ready for us to answer. All right, does anyone want to go over... We didn't check his yard, but we didn't have the option to check his yard, right? Or did we? If we had the option to check his yard, I'll change my mind. We didn't have any option to check his yard. He was just farming. So I'm going to say in his house. All right. Do you want to go over any of these questions? Is everyone got their final record for everything? I do, just in case. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Okay, I have answers for everything. The early ones are confusing. All right, are you ready to go over answers, or do you want to go through the questions once again? Boy. Anna says yes. That doesn't help. Do you want to go over the questions again, or let's see the solution? Okay. Here we go. Get your score sheet ready, because remember, there's different points. All right. Here we go. Question 1. C is 3 points. Everything else is 0. So we got 3 points for question 1. Anyone who said C gets 3 points. Question 2. Was question 2 a multiple choice? Were you allowed to say multiples for question 2? Question 2, you can choose more than one. Okay, so question 2, I said A, B, and C. Those are worth 1 point each. So everything is worth 1 point, except F is worth -5 points. So anything you said for 2 is worth 1 point. So I got plus 3 points there, but I could have gotten up to 5 points. If you said F, you get minus 5 points though. So question 2, that was the one, who was involved in his disappearance? So you could have picked everyone except the hunter. Okay. Question 3 was what happened to Vickle? So A, which is what I think we guessed, is plus 3 points. So we got plus 3 points. Everything else is 0 points for 3. Okay, so far so good. Question 4. 4 was who was involved in his disappearance, and you could choose more than one. So 4, I think we said F. F is worth 3 points. But we were also flirting with A and E. A and E are both minus 1 point for 4. In fact, everything else is minus 1 point for 4 except B. B could have also gotten you 3 points. I don't understand how that can be. But maybe there was some discussion there. Anyway, for 4, I'm giving myself 3 points for guessing F. And I'm not subtracting points here. These were just like, I don't think so, but they're up here. So for F, you're on the honor system, how you want to give yourself points for 4. Question 5, I think we all said E very straightforwardly. So 5E is 3 points. Okay. That was what happened to him, and we said he was kidnapped. Okay, 6, this was a tricky one. Who was involved in Cress's disappearance, the kidnapped guy? You can choose multiple. So I just said 6F, Gideon and Kalis. Although I guess it could be Vickle also, but I wasn't sure. So I just said F. So 6, F is worth 2 points. But if you had also said D, Vickle, you would have gotten an extra 2 points. That makes sense. That Vickle was working with them. So you could have gotten an extra 2 points if you had also said Vickle, but I did not. Question 7. Who stayed in the forest dugout? So we said A and B. 7, A and B get you 2 points and 3 points. So total of 5 points. If you said C, minus 2 points. Anything else, minus 1 point. Okay, so we did well there. 8, who shot an arrow? We said A. A is 0 points. So we misunderstood that. The correct answer was Gaffer the Smith. So 8, we all said A, right? We all said the hunter was hired to shoot him with arrows, but it's not right. According to this one, according to this, Gaffer the Smith shot him with the arrow. That was probably just something we overlooked. 9, where is the Takran's group's hidden cache? The answer to that is F, it was never found. So we got that right, even though that was very confusing for us. That's worth plus 3 points. Question 10. I think we said the same thing on these. What's the effect? We said C, perfection. 10 is C is worth 3 points. Everything else is worth 0. 11, what substance? We said F, unknown. 11, the right answer is water, A. Everything else is 0. So we got 0 points for that. Somehow we were supposed to know it was water inside. I thought the game was very clear that you didn't know what was inside. 12. Why are there no elderly people? We said the answer was C, which is worth 3 points. Everything else is worth 0 points. 13. Who was the first to discover the corpse? We said E. 13, the answer is E, is worth 3 points. Everything else is worth 0, so we got that right. It was the father. 14 was, where's the source of influence? Okay, so this was a tricky one. I said the elder's house. Someone else said the yard. Let's see. 14, the answer is 1 point for B, which is what I got, and 3 points for F, which is the elder's yard, which you guys got. So add it all together. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 17, 22, 25, 28, 31, 34, 35. 35 minus, we think we lost 6 points for taking too long. 29. I don't remember if you're supposed to subtract other stuff. Yeah. Total fatigue at the end of the day, including wounds, we have 2 wounds, so actually minus 2 more gives us a total score of maybe 20. Me 27. You guys may have gotten more. So 35 minus 6 minus 2. So I've got 27. And then it tells us to get card 59 to tell us how well we did. Is everyone ready? What scores did you guys get? Less than 21. This case remains a mystery to you. 21 to 27, that's what I just got. 27, not bad. Many details remain uncovered, but you can still call this a success. Anna got 29. You have uncovered almost everything. Well done. 35 or more, you have detailed knowledge of events. If you scored at least 21, flip this stuff. Jonathan, where did you fall here? So I falled in the not bad, just second from worst. And I got to the next level. I'm guessing the yard. Let's see where Jonathan got before we flip over. We all got at least 21 though. And this poor mentalist, we really forced him to do rituals he didn't want. Jonathan, you want to give us your final score? And then we'll flip. Boy, was that... Jonathan says 24. So Jonathan, you're still in my category here. 21 to 27 points. All right, we all get to flip it, though. We all get better than 21, so we all get to flip it. Omega Group Journal, 23rd of May, 1403. The village of Rotwood was aptly named. A rotten core was hidden under its facade of prosperity. The villagers were so possessed by the desire for perfection that they killed and burned everyone who wasn't up to their standards. Old age or a crippling injury spelled certain death. The cause was an arcane influence. An artifact had been left here by the Bashshas after their defeat during the war. A Bashshas wizard attempted to hide it in an abandoned mine, but died before he could carry out his plan. Later, a hunter, Caton's father Vassal, stumbled upon the artifact while surveying the mine for the village elder. He brought it back, but quickly became a victim of its influence. The elder recovered the artifact from the hunter's body and buried it in his backyard. This lessened the effect, saving the elder's life and keeping remote parts of the village free from the artifact's influence. The agents of Takran Group stayed in the village long enough to succumb to the influence themselves, having lost control of their actions. 2 agents participated in the slaying of their comrade, Mogarian, who was poisoned and then burned like so many before him. 2 of the agents participated in killing him? We didn't get that. I didn't get that. Continues on page 60. Soon, 2 new visitors arrived in Rotwood from Fort Bearclaw, Gideon and Kalis. We considered their visit to be exploratory. Kalis was still there when we arrived, making notes on his activities. Their motives are yet unclear, but they proved instrumental in saving our missing agents. While Vaiku was regaining his wits in the abandoned houses, Gaffor, the village smith, attacked him and wounded him with an arrow. Gaffor's plan was to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, stop Vikel's meddling, then blame his murder on the hunter Caton, who hadn't succumbed to the artifact's influence and had become a sore spot for the villagers. Luckily, Vikel escaped and Gideon helped him recover. Together, they decided to extract Crest by force. Gideon orchestrated an attack of the dead during the night. Then he and Vikel abducted Crest and took him to the dugout in the forest. From there, all 3 soon left for Fort Bearclaw. We plan to follow the group immediately to provide assistance should they need it. Put the following components aside for the next scenario. The character cards you used, any coins, we have 3 coins at the end of the scenario, the time meter and time token cards, all cards with keywords you have obtained. So we didn't obtain any new keywords here. Reverse side shows you another part of the world. It can be added to the one you obtained earlier. So here is the connection of the map. So we started at the sleepy, I guess we should come up. We started at the sleepy she-wolf. Then we went up to Rotwood, and now we're going to go across here to Fort Bearclaw. Scenario C is expected time 3 hours, just like this one. It took us 6 hours. So about double. We could probably expect 6 hours for next time. All right, let's take a 5-minute break. We'll come back. We'll give some final thoughts. We won't spend too much time, and then we'll schedule the final case 3 for Saturday or Sunday, tomorrow or the day after. I'll see you in 5 minutes for our final thoughts on case 2. Okay, we're back. You're watching Caught for Two, and 6 hours in, we're going to give our final thoughts here briefly. And I'm going to try... It's tricky because when we ended this case about an hour ago, when we finished playing, I had positive feelings about the experience. Certainly a real improvement over the first case. There was lots that I liked about the story, the atmosphere, the stuff that was going on. I found it much more compelling. And we can talk about that a little more. But I don't know. It probably doesn't help that I feel a little more tired today than normally. But boy, when we got to the end to answer questions, it was like a screeching car wreck in terms of experience. We got hit with 14 questions, the first 4 of which were immediately just confusing. About details, poorly worded. The options were weird. They were like you could answer multiple. They involved the name of someone that we never got. And they were just weird. I think there was 2 problems. First of all, they were weird overlapping questions, some phrased poorly with weird choices. But the other thing is, it was like, here's this grand adventure we went on with this beast, wizard, whatever. And then like the first third of the questions are like, who wore brown shoelaces? It was stuff that we had not the least bit of interest in. And it was like, which of up to 5 people were involved in the disappearance? And it's like, we'd already discovered that this whole village was involved in killing people off for perfection. It was just like, the questions were not just confusing, but also the least interesting stuff about the mystery. And at that point, I was like, do I really want to go back and try to hunt through these cards to figure out, like, we knew someone got poisoned, we knew someone got wounded and shot by an arrow, but there were these 3 different people, and 2 of them, we were like, they were sort of undifferentiated, and I didn't really care which one of them. And for our mission, we didn't really care. Like, we know that some of them escaped and were helped by these mages. This is the interesting parts of the story. But which one got poisoned and which one got shot, I just was not, I did not want to go back and try to hunt for that detail. And the fact that there were 4 questions that were basically like the same questions but asked in different ways, and 14 different questions. It just felt really weird, and some of them are multiple choices, but they all, I mean, look at this. Look at the scoring thing. I mean, I don't know. Maybe on paper I should like this better, but it was the fact that we were just tired and then we got these questions. Who is involved in the disappearance? You can name as many as you want. I mean, and then there were a couple ones that were weird, like what happened to their hidden cache? And we are like, what are you talking about? What hidden cache? We never even got word that there was a hidden cache. And the answer was nothing happened. It was never found. We never heard anything about that. Who shot an arrow? I guess if we had been paying attention, we could figure out that the smith had certain kinds of arrows Jonathan was happening and someone didn't. But we were like, what do we care? They're just, the village are trying to kill everyone. So, yeah. So those questions really kind of threw me out of my enjoyment for the thing. It was kind of like, it's unusual number of detailed questions with detailed ways to get score. I mean, I don't want to fault it really objectively, because I think you could, if you really cared, really try to maximize your score and get things right. So I think in that sense, on paper, it looks like maybe a good idea, but it really just didn't sit well with me when we got to it. Jonathan says, one real issue that jumped out at me was that something similar to Dune House Secrets I did not like when you spent time and resources to get punished. It happened here with the most with rituals. Yes, that's true. Like, warned us not to do the ritual, but then he gave us the ritual, but then he gave us some story. I guess, well, let's read the rest of these comments and then I'll comment. I thought the feather maybe was the one used to make the arrows. What would have indicated to us to buy the sword, then approach the graveyard shack? Yes, that's a good point. I don't think there were... I think we could go further. I think it was important that we changed the way we played this game. I'm going to come back to Jonathan's comment in a second. I think we changed the way we played it, which was a good decision. We said, look, we're not going to agonize over decisions so much in this game. It doesn't seem like there's some real logical basis about making decisions where to go. They all seem like they might be equally interesting at any given point. So we viewed this more as like a role-playing adventure game. And so we explored this whole area. It was fun to explore this city. And almost every place here, we turned around to discover new places. We went here and we discovered the forest dugout. Here we discovered this mine. Here we discovered Mina's house. Here we discovered the battlegrounds. Here we discovered a ritual. Here we discovered the elder's house. I mean, that was cool. I think that was a really neat feature, and it was fun. And this felt much more like we were exploring an area. I really felt the topography of this area and the idea that we were discovering new places. And the pacing and arc of that was quite good too. Like, it was the finale where we discovered the battlegrounds and the mines. That timing was cool. And it did feel creepy, and these characters did feel a little scary. Each of the buildings, it was scary going to sleep in these abandoned houses. We saw a wraith. There was lots of magic in this game. The first case was like completely mundane. This case, there was real magic. We brought a mentalist on board. That was a clever little cool mechanic. We got introduced to two characters, right? And we could pick one of them. We had no combat in this game, in this case, just like the third one. So we would have done much better off if we picked this guy. Bizarre that there was no combat, but whatever. The story, for me, the story here was much more compelling and interesting. The village details about this thing were not super compelling, but I gotta say, that wizard beast creature who had this little gem floating in water in a glass and metal cage and was ambushed during the war and was bleeding and limped away inside a mine where he died clutching onto this thing, and one of the villagers found it and stole it and left his rabbits there. I really like that. And then the fact that we were able to have that ritual and the mage was like, please don't make me do this ritual and get possessed by this beast creature. And we were like, yeah, you're going to do it. You're going to get possessed. Just go, do your job. And he did it. And we had to tie his hands and feet. Like that was my favorite part. And I absolutely found that compelling, spooky, scary, creepy, and I liked that world. That world where these beastly creatures that fought the humans actually had their own creepy wizards. I really liked that. I really liked that part. And I liked the way the story was broken up. We saw maps that were with annotations. That was cool. These little drawings occasionally of the houses was cool. This map is beautiful. These overall maps of this place, like I really felt it came into its own here. And I liked how, I didn't love the whole village, what was manipulating them, but I kind of liked that this gem thing was the perfecter. Like I kind of liked the idea that it was being used by this beast mage to control and maybe motivate the beast creatures to kill the humans, and it's making the humans a little crazy. I liked that. I really did like that. And it did have us really thinking, like, we thought for most of the time that they were sacrificing people to some other spirit, but in fact it was that jewel making them want to kill the non-perfect people. And then there was the wraith from the girl that had the limp. There were a lot of parts of this story element that I really liked. I thought that was really done well. I think Jonathan says, I think there's an issue where we prioritize understanding the bigger threat while the game seemed to want us to focus more on what exactly happened to the other agents. I think that's true. I was really compelled by the story here. I didn't care so much about the details of the mystery of each of the agents. And I think Jonathan is saying right, that the game sort of wanted us to focus on the other details rather than that. Jonathan says, to play devil's advocate, I do think the questions might be worded ambiguously, but I do think sometimes we've criticized questions for giving away too much information in their wording, and these didn't. Is that what you're saying? I think you're right. I mean, I think, yeah, on paper, it's harder to criticize these questions. When in doubt, ask more questions more ambiguously with more choices and multiple choices, and really test the player's knowledge. So I can't disagree with you there. I can't disagree. I think I just kind of, when I got to those questions, I was like, don't care, don't care, don't care. And maybe that should be the answer. Don't care. I don't care about the points. Anna says, there isn't really a bigger picture here, just a few little ones next to each other. The only thing that connects these stories is the road. So basically saying 10 cards were interesting from the 50. Dawn says, interesting to see your conclusions. Having watched about half of the playthrough, the set is an 8.1 on BGG. Looks like you guys disagree. Well, look. There's lots of problems that people have pointed out with the BGG ratings, but in this case, that rating is going to be useless. No one has played this game. No one has tried this game yet. Those ratings are... The BGG rating is based on people looking at the box and reading the description. It's not based on actual playthroughs. So you can just throw that rating right out the window. Jonathan says, I do agree that we did not really have a reason to be invested with the other agents. It's like at least one got away, so if we track them down, we can just ask them what happened. I think that's a good point too. at that point, when we knew some got away, we were like, it was also a weird thing. Like, find out what happened, and then we found out like 2 weeks ago they escaped. Like, we were here 2 weeks later. It was kind of like, what are we really doing here if they escaped 2 weeks ago? Let's just go to where they escaped. Why are we hanging out in the village? And there were a couple of things that were weird, like we didn't get to track down the story with the girl he fell in love with. It's also kind of weird. Why did he fall in love with that girl? The Perfector gem, why would that have anything to do with, why would that make him fall in love with her? That's kind of weird. Maybe she was so perfect and he was so focused on perfection that that's why he fell in love with her. And that's why the smithy wanted her too. John says, also, what did happen to the Perfector after we scored our solution? I missed that part. He buried it. The elder buried it in the village. The hunter brought it back. He was killed eventually by the elder, and the elder buried it in in his garden. I guess I would say that I thought that was a little bit of a missed opportunity. I really thought there was a missed opportunity there. I found the whole idea of this missing gem that gets traced back and forth, right? There's lots of movies that have that flavor, right? Everyone's hunting for the MacGuffin, the thing that corrupts you or whatever, like Indiana Jones and the Holy Grail. Like, everyone's hunting for it, and it felt like when we tracked it down to this beast wizard and then had a ritual with him, and it was stolen from him, and we found it was stolen by the hunter, that was an opportunity for the game to make it really cool, that we would be able to figure out, to track down where this went. And then it was a little bit disappointing that, first of all, it was ambiguous about which hunter found it, the father or the son. It feels like that should be one of those things that the game should reward you for paying attention and saying, okay, he got here a year and a half ago. So if we're told that it's 3 years old, then we know it has to be the father. Or if we're told it was 1 year old and need the son. Instead, it's like he got here a year and a half ago, and maybe it is a year and a half old, maybe it's a year old, maybe it's 2 years old. It's like, well, that doesn't help us. So it could be him or his father. And we only decided it wasn't him because we searched his house. But then the game was like, well, we don't care what happened. We don't care how the hunter got killed, what he did with it, how it got to the elder. Like, that's the interesting part of the story. That should have been what we figured out. Like, we didn't care who of the villagers shot him with which arrow. We wanted the story of what happened to this jewel and how it corrupted people and all that. So that was a bit of a miss. Are we going to dig up that jewel? We didn't dig it up. We just said, that's at the elder's house. Let's leave it in the ground and leave. Seems like we should dig it up. And it says, why didn't the two men in black just dig up the stone instead of raising the dead? Well, maybe they didn't know that. They may not have known where it was or what was going on. I mean, they did locate it with the map to knowing that it kind of was emanating from the village, but maybe they didn't know where in the village, where in the elder's area it was. They may not have known it was buried. Maybe they even broke into his house and couldn't find it, or it was dangerous for them. They were staying outside of that village, don't forget. They didn't want to get corrupted by it, so they stayed outside of the village. They didn't dare go into the village. And it says, aren't we the good guys trying to help people? I'm not sure we are trying to help people. Like, we're like the FBI of the medieval magical world here. We're after bigger fish. We're after the anomalies and magic. We're not really after helping little villagers. Jonathan says, it's weird we didn't actually resolve the stone then. I also agree with Anna, though. What is our setup for Act 3? Well, I think you've got a good point. Like, the only connective tissue are these two mages. I hope we rescue the village. I don't think we're rescuing the villages. We're after these necromancers, which seem to be good guys. I think maybe, I do think it's weird that this campaign has not explained what this organization we're part of cares about. We were just tasked here to investigate. It would make more sense if we're sort of the magic police. Like, we're upset that magic's being taking place. It is weird. Like, what is our agency all about? We don't seem to know. But it does seem like we're going to track down where our agents were rescued to. But yeah, you're right, though. There doesn't seem to be a bigger threat. Like, this threat was all self-contained in this village, and it's still there with that jewel. So that's weird. But I did like this. I really loved the idea of that beast wizard that died with his hands clutching his special gem. I just wanted more of that. And I did like exploring. And I do think it probably pays to, like, I think we played it the right way this time. Basically just role play it for fun. Role play it to go pursue the leads you want to proceed. I don't think there's any logic to the decision making. I don't think deciding to go here or there had any real logic. There's no basis upon which to make those decisions. I think we did the right thing. We wanted to explore as much of the map, discover as many of the places as possible, and do all the dangerous rituals. It's insane that we've finished 2 of the 3 cases and we've not used a combat token once. That's just bizarre. Totally bizarre. It does feel like something went weird with this game. Like, the system was designed and then only a couple cases got made, and so there are parts of this thing that you don't use. I assume we're going to have some battle in the next section, but we could have bought the sword and it would be useful to us in the final thing. How are we supposed to know that? You can't know any of this. And how are we supposed to know when we should spend a token or when we should save it? Very weird. Jonathan said, here was a mixed thing. In some ways, I was pleasantly surprised the whole game was just not us getting to Rotwood, but now there really does seem to be an overarching plot. Oh, but now there does not seem to be an overarching plot. I still don't understand why the Perfecter could not convince people to go to the abandoned part of town. Is it the magic of the ghost, or does the ghost just scare them? Yeah, it wasn't really explained. It would have been nice if it was explained at the thing. I just thought it was the wraith, the magic wraith. The way I imagine it in my mind is that crippled girl was a magic creature, she had some magic, and so she was protecting her home, her ancient home. But yeah, hard to know for sure, but that's how I read it. That it was all about that cool wraith. I gotta say, in terms of, talking about components and stuff, I do think the idea of these cards work. It does make it playable, but as we pointed out, the fact that the rules are now gone in case 1 box is insane. And it's a little hard to read these tiny cards, and in Detective, there's this weird thing where it says, when you get to read the back of a card, you put it on the one pile. And if you only got to read the front of a card, you put it in another pile so that you don't confuse them. So when you want to go back and reread, you remember not to turn over stuff. There's a little bit of weirdness with this game where you're like trying to remember what you're allowed to read and reread cards. It's a little hard to go back and refresh your memory. And if the game is like cares about that, if you're supposed to care where you saw some certain information, it's a little hard to go back and collect that information and reread it, although we did reasonably well. I did feel like the game was a little more generous with time, and as far as the length of a case, it did feel like a good length case, right? Compared to the first game where it felt like we barely had enough time. This one felt like we at least could sink our teeth into it. Much, much better than the first case. In every way, right? In every way. Mechanically, story-wise, mystery-wise, atmosphere-wise, world-building. Like we did get at the beginning, Jonathan was asking, I wonder if we're going to find out a little bit more about the war. Well, we did find out a little bit more about the war. We stumbled upon this ancient battle, and now we know there are necromancers who can practice magic, and these beasts who went to war against the humans. And I do feel like, you know, it succeeded in setup. It's like, this is a world of magic, medieval, adventure-y creatures and magic, where there's detectiving required, where there's a mystery going on. Like, this did do that. The first case, there was like nothing happening. We were just talking to people. It was completely mundane. Here, there really was a magical world in which there were also the need for being detectives and figuring stuff out. And it says, I agree with all the things you both said, but really this was the first case after a tutorial scenario. Yeah, that's true. I did enjoy the story more than case one, but I do think something did not really come together at the end. It feels a little off. I don't know. I thought it was pretty successful, other than the questions that really ground me to a halt. I think I enjoyed the story elements more. There was enough story here with that magical wizard creature and this gem that was poisoning people's minds. I would have wanted more. I would have loved to have more of that, but it was enough for me to feel like it was a success. If you made a box with 10 of those cases, that would be pretty good. But there really wasn't that much detective work going on. It was much more of an adventure game where you just role play and explore. Not really. I mean, there was mystery, but not really a game challenging us for our deductive skills, and certainly no logic to making decisions. Really no logic to making decisions. But much more enjoyable than case one, and enjoyable, and a cool world. I liked that. I liked that magical world we were in, and you could imagine the third case might be even better. I'm sort of curious to try it, but I wish we could figure out a way to go into those final questions slightly more with a more positive experience. I'm not sure how to do that. Or maybe just do it like we played this game. Don't overly worry about the questions. All right. Any final statements from the chat before we wrap this up? 7 hours. That was a full session. So we got a full long session out of it. Did we decide whether we're going to play Saturday or Sunday? i.e. tonight or tomorrow night? And it says, we'll play the last case and we'll see. I guess it will be about these beast creatures and the war and how it destroyed the area. Yeah, we'll see. Is it going to be more about the beast creatures and magic? I did like the part where the guy was getting possessed by creatures and we saw a wraith. I think if our complaints were that the world building didn't exist in the first case, I think they've gone to some length to change that, to fix that in case 2. All right, we'll talk a little offline about whether we're going to play on Saturday night or Sunday night. Final statements from Jonathan and Anna. I guess my final statement would be that I do think Case 2 redeemed the game to a large degree. It's not the game for me. It's not the perfect game for me. I would much rather have a straightforward Sherlock Holmes consulting detective game. All of the mechanics of the resources is not for me. Is not what I would prefer. But I think when we played the first case, you could sit there and say, you can't recommend this. Even someone who would like this kind of idea of this magic world of medieval and resources and choose your own adventure card map, it would be hard to recommend it. I think it's redeemed itself there. I think there are going to be people who love this game and love this world and like this stuff. So I do think it's going to find an audience. John says, Jesse, which would you prefer? I could do either now. Reason I don't want to do Saturday got moved. Okay, then let's do Saturday. Let's do tonight, Saturday night. Let's just stay on a roll and push through and get some sleep and revisit it tonight. Anna says, I still hope we could rescue these villagers. The villagers are gone. We're moving on. But maybe we'll go and crush the stone before we leave. All right, so we've decided we're going to play it tonight, which is in 12, 16 hours. So everyone get some sleep. We'll see you tonight for case 3. And thanks for joining me. I'll see you both tomorrow. We'll wrap up this game.